There we are. I think our speaker system was just on break. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the regular governing board meeting of the Cabrillo Unified School District. Are we okay in audio? Okay. We'll pause for just a second. Make sure our audio is fully connected with the live stream and recording. Oh, yeah. Here, we're testing the microphones now to make sure that they're working, after which we will begin the meeting. We can keep testing until you tell me to stop. And I don't have a phone per se, but I can keep talking if it's helpful. Yes. And I can keep talking if that's helpful to test the mics. Okay, I'll keep talking. Got such a nice warm day this today here on the coast side after such a chilly summer. It's good to be here to see everybody. And we're just having time. Making sure the microphones are working okay. All the voice levels are appropriate. Something else, the poem. Oh, we can start? Okay. All right. Now, without further ado, welcome everybody. This is the regular governing board meeting for Cabrillo Unified School District. Today is Thursday, August 10th, 2023. So welcome to everybody. So first order of business is our roll call. Rosie, please.
Thank you. President Lee.
Here.
Vice President Hines. Clerk Daniel.
Here.
Member Cortez. Member Alexander is absent today. And Student Board Member Catalina is absent today. Thank you. We have quorum.
Great. Okay, item 1C, Pledge of Allegiance. I'll lead in Catalina's absence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, item 2, approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Before we go to vote, Sean, we need to make a correction to the agenda packet.
I'm sorry about that. I think the board members do have this. We did have a name on the certificated personnel report misspelled. Met her today, Natalie Wexler. That should read Melanie Wexler. So that's item 4H on the certificated personnel report. And in the contract for the modernization of Fair Longview and Granada Elementary Schools, item 40, we deleted Fremont and inserted Cabrillo. That slipped us in the contract in our revision of the contract. But so those are the agenda packet corrections tonight.
Okay, great. And so we can approve the agenda as displayed and address that those corrections when we make a motion to approve the consent agenda. Is that correct?
Yes, so you could just move to approve the consent agenda with those corrections. Either way, it's fine. Okay. I think for the purposes of the transparency of the meeting, we've called it out.
Okay, yeah. Great. Okay, so I think we can go ahead with the motion in this second and go to vote now on the agenda, and then just we can reiterate the corrections that you just shared, Dr. McFetridge, when we do the consent item as well. So, Rosie.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Item passes 4-0.
Great, thank you. Okay, the next item is communications, public comments. I will read my reminder about the public comments. For the public comments agenda item, hearings, and other agenda items, they are an opportunity to provide a comment to the board during our meeting. We typically have a very full agenda of board business to get through, so as is typical for most meetings of public agencies, We allow 3 minutes per person and up to 20 minutes in total for all speakers, with the opportunity to extend this time at the discretion of the board president and consent of the board. I'd like to ask members of the public who share the same viewpoint, please select a few individuals to address the board on behalf of that viewpoint so that we can conduct our business in an effective and efficient manner as is in the public's best interest. Typically, the board cannot respond to comments other than referring matters to staff or follow-up, though please also feel free, if we do not do so explicitly, to follow up with Dr. McFetridge directly after some time after the meeting if you would like to share or further receive further information. Also, to further streamline meetings, we will only accept requests to address the board prior to the agenda topic, with the option for speakers to pass on their request after the presentation if their comment has thus been sufficiently addressed. Also, a general reminder regarding meeting conduct. If you notice any issue or have any concerns or questions regarding the conduct or process for this meeting during the course of the meeting, those are very much appreciated but difficult to receive directly from people in our live studio audience here. So please quietly approach Rosie Acosta down at the end of the table, and she will handle or alert others, myself or others, to help to do so. I will not be reading or responding to text. Rosie is my delegate. So with that, I believe there are no public comments or in person. Is that correct, Rosie?
Yes, we have no comments tonight.
Great. All right, so with that, we'll go to the next item, which is 3C, Employee Organizations Report. Do we have CUTA or CSEA here tonight? We'll take that as a no. All right, so we'll move on to the board members' report, 3C. Who would like to start? Or I can pick. Carmen. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I'd like to welcome everybody back from summer breaks, and I hope everybody had a lovely, lovely time, and I'm happy to be back, welcoming the fall and seeing everybody's beautiful faces. Oh, also, my two sons really enjoyed the Cabrillo summer school program, so thank you very much. Anybody who's involved in that, thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Carmen. And Kim.
I concur with Carmen. It's lovely to see everybody tonight, and I have no other comments. Thanks.
Yeah, do whatever you want. What's that?
Nada más quiero dar la bienvenida a todos, a los que nos estén viendo y como siempre están bienvenidos para venir. Aquí tenemos a Josefina, que siempre está más que dispuesta y con mucho gusto de traducir. Si alguien quiere venir, como siempre los invito a que asistan a estas juntas y nada más darles la bienvenida y decirles que ojalá que este año que venga sea un año próspero, un año académico de enriquecimiento y más que nada les deseo mucha, estoy pensando en inglés, pero más que nada buena suerte a todos, a los alumnos y a los papás, y estamos aquí para apoyarlos y para ayudarlos en lo que se pueda. I just want to say welcome to everyone, and I wanted to invite anyone who would like to join our meetings, and if Spanish is their first language, we have Josefina here, always more than willing and very helpful and at the disposal of translation. And I just want to welcome everyone back and just wish everybody a great academic year and let them know that we're here to support the students, support families, and we're here to serve you. So welcome back.
Thank you so much, Lizette. Similarly, I hope everybody was able to enjoy a nice little break over the summer. Some super short, I know, but hopefully super sweet as well. For me, kind of the beginning of the years and the end of the years are time to reflect, and I just feel like the last few years have been such a marathon with occasional sprints through budget crises, the pandemic, returning from the pandemic, and now still addressing a lot of those same challenges which the pandemic brought to light, and some of which are coming back as well, most of which of those were pretty entrenched before. So it was nice to have a break over the summer. There was, of course, some activity. We did have a really good special board meeting where we continued our strategic planning and equity audit process. So that was really exciting. Thank you to CEF and the Coastside Farmers Market that brought to our community back to school block party last week, I think it was. Feels like yesterday. Super fun. I think Corinne's still recovering a little bit. Super fun, great. You know, the weather was like horrible, but so many people still came out and met each other. And it was just really so nice to have so many different groups. CUSD was there in force with all the schools were there, principals were there, staff that were working in the summer were there. Having our partners from Boys and Girls Club, Coastside on Bikes, like a lot of the recreational groups were there too. And I feel like I personally had some really great conversations with people, and I hope like other families and community leaders did as well. So just wanted to say thank you to everybody for that. I also want to say thank you to our U.S. Congresswoman, Anna Eshoo, who reached out for support. She had requested that I join her for a press conference she was giving on the federal funding we're receiving in California, including our region here in the Bay Area, for free internet, not free internet for all, internet for all, let's say access to high quality, affordable broadband. And so that's a major initiative coming out of the infrastructure work through the federal government. And so she was here with us and actually offered up CUSD boardroom as a site for that press conference, which had media from a number of different places, and really great showing from a number of other colleagues from the state and the county. It was really good to kind of have all those people together and to be able to host them. So special thank you to Jesus and the staff that were able to make that happen. And I'm excited. She would love to come and maybe visit some classrooms and do all that kind of stuff. So there'll be more. She's been a really great partner and support for us. So yeah, constantly I'm thinking about the housing crisis in the Bay Area as well. So I'm thinking about that kind of in our context as well, as it really impacts everything that we do. And I'm really excited about our early stage efforts around housing for our educators, and that's in the partnership with the city and the county around that. So I'm excited about that. I'm also excited, as I mentioned, for our strategic planning efforts, including moving to more culture and operational system around multi-tiered systems of support. I think that's going to be really an important part of our transition to more sustainable systems and utilization of our resources, which of course is going to be a big topic this fall as we look to bridge yet again the unsurprising but unfortunate gap, of course, that we have in our funding and our expenses. So looking forward to that opportunity and to having our partners from the county. Yeah, they're here. I don't have my glasses on, but I recognize you even with glasses less. I'm happy actually that we'll have our partners in the county who we also met with over the summer, as well as FICMAT to support us in our journey towards sustainability, which I do feel hopeful will also help us achieve better student outcomes. We kind of really have to look and ask some hard questions. I think that's when we can look at some foundational changes to help our students even more than we do now. So, yeah, and I'm excited about our agenda. So it was a quiet summer for many of us, but if you look at the agenda, clearly a lot of work was happening. I'm super excited to hear more about our early childhood education efforts. I think that's a bright, shining star and a really important, again, back to investment that we're making. And also just kind of hearing more about the metrics and how we're looking at not just, I know a lot of people sometimes like ask, why do we keep looking at the same data? We know it's bad. And that may be true at some level. However, the more thoughtfully you can look at your data and honestly and repeatedly and in different ways, the more you understand not only what is happening in our schools and with our students, but why. So I'm excited to see the KPIs conversation. I'm excited to see the English language progress, English language learner progress that Leticia will be presenting today. So yeah, that's it from me. And yeah, I'm excited that we have this as our kickoff and can really have a good fresh start to the new year and really like have everybody work together towards why we're here in the first place, which of course is our students. So thank you. All right, so with that, we will go to the superintendent's report.
Thank you very much. I want to thank everyone who's here tonight, whether you're presenting or just showing up to take part in this. And I want to start by being mindful at the beginning of this first meeting back for the 23-24 school year and taking a moment to voice my gratitude for all who have worked with us and who keep working with us to make progress, to continue improvement, and to humanize our interactions with all our relations. And I really appreciate the work that everybody did this summer, these past 2.5 months, whether that included summer school, which you'll hear a report on, which was a big lift. I see some of our leaders, summer school leaders here. Thank you very much, Debbie, Brenda, Rosalva, et cetera, et cetera. Am I missing people? Leticia, of course, was involved with that. Our partnership with Boys and Girls Club, Ayudando Latinos a Soñar. A lot of love in the room. Martha Ladd with extended school year, and on and on and on. This is all the staff, all the teachers, the library, the big lift effort. Just really a great thing to see summer school. That was a great thing. Summer cleaning also. A lot of work this summer to do cleaning. Well, I got that. I got that on my notes. Thank you. Bless you. Rosie is my conscience, so she will always remind me of the most important things. The summer cleaning was very important. And let me get to this piece. Hiring and personnel. It has been a huge lift from the HR department and from Bianca Forrester in particular as our Director of Pupil Personnel Services, and the school leaders and their teams, working with Martha, working with Leticia, working with the principals. It's quite an achievement when you see Oakland and San Francisco and many Bay Area districts and across the nation talking about suffering a teacher shortage, that we've done as well as we have. There are a couple spots where we still need to address this. But one big, really big thing for us is, of course, our school leaders. And I want to take a minute today to introduce Dr. Ashley Waggle, who's here, and we get to introduce to the board and the public tonight for the first time. And I think we got to interview Dr. Waggle at the beginning the end of, right before the summer. So we felt secure. Dr. Waggle's been able to hire an assistant principal in the last 24 hours, which is Jose Campos, who lives in locally. And so we do have Jose, and I got to meet him today. So anyway, a warm welcome to Dr. Ashley Waggle, our new principal at Hatch Elementary School. This was a big, important thing for us to do, and I'm very pleased that we are almost all staffed up. And I want to thank Rotary in particular, because Liz Shuck hosted with Rotary today it's like decades of first introductions to the district, really. So Bianca and the team got to work with new teachers, new hires, and then we had lunch with Rotary, and it just is really poignant when you see Rotary come together as a community and support the young teachers and give them $50 gift certificates, and the work that they do with hosting international students and doing Interact at the high school and giving dictionaries to every third grader. It's just really great. And I'm thankful to Liz Shuck and Rotary and all those folks. There was a lot of work done this summer also on modernizing, both at Fairlawn View, El Granada, but in other places too. And you'll see a presentation on the last 2 years of modernization, not further back than that, but maybe we can capture that in another presentation. So I won't talk too much about that. President Lane has already introduced that we do have our Deputy Superintendent of Business Services from San Mateo County Office of Education, Kevin Bultema, here with us today. Thank you for being with us today. Mr. Bultema did work with us and his team and with an HR leader, a curriculum instruction leader, and with business services department folks, and with myself today to look at our reporting and onward. And I really am very grateful, very mindful of the help that San Mateo County Office of Education always gives us in so many regards. It's actually on the consent agenda several times. One thing that's at the top of the consent agenda, and I don't want to have lost for those who don't read it, is that September 15th to October 15th is the Hispanic Heritage Month. We do celebrate that in this district, of course, as well we should, with a majority population of Latino families and students in the district. I do want to say that you'll see banners during that time, September 15th to October 15th. And I know our teachers do a wonderful job, and our principals and school leaders do everybody does a wonderful job of reminding kids of what Hispanic heritage means, especially to us here in California, especially on the coast side. You'll see arts and music contracts. I think this is very important for us to call that out. In the past, it were relied on PTOs, parent-teacher organizations, to pay for it here, pay for it there. We did have a visual and performing arts master plan. We do, of course, now pay for that. That allows more money for parent-teacher organizations, and it does mean all elementary students get an experience with arts education and with music education. And I want to thank Dr. Bhatia in particular for her leadership of that, and the team that worked on the visual and performing arts master plan. But those contracts come up also. You will see a HEAL project sustainability contract. Of course, that was instrumental to some of the cost savings, energy savings, green operations that we've done, and the work we've done over the last 4 years now, and which earned us the green ribbon silver level from the state of California. There's too much to talk about in the consent agenda to go over, and I won't reiterate what's going to be presented in the public session, but I just do want to point out that a lot of this is for both academic improvement, but also for our sustainability, both financially and environmentally. And also, it has a lot to do with our continuous improvement, particularly with English language learners and students who have historically been underrepresented in college trajectories, which we're trying to address. And I appreciate that, the work that Dr. Bhatia and Israel Castillo, Rosalba Segura, certainly the whole team really help us lead. With that, I will stop because you know me, I'll just go on and on. Thank you so much for being here.
If I may, I have one comment. I'd like to just remind everyone that thank you to, I not only remind, but also just continuing to thank you, Dr. McPetrich, for the proclamation for the Hispanic Heritage Month. It's unbelievable that being Half Moon Bay, that it's always been predominantly Latino students and Latinos and whites. We didn't have this proclamation until you came. So thank you for, like you said, continuing to help the unrepresented and help give a voice to those who predominantly don't have a voice. So thank you. And it's a personal thank you because I am a Latina and I came to this school district and it's an honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And with that, we'll move to the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve with the amendments Dr. McPetrich cited earlier?
So moved.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Carmen. And this item requires a roll call vote. So I'm going to start. President Lane,
Aye.
Vice President Kimberly Hines, Clerk Daniels, Member Cortez, Member Alexander is absent, and Student Board Member Catalina Gonzalez is also absent. This item passes 4-0.
Thank you, Rosie. All right, so with that, we'll move to general business. Item 5A, Los Listos preschool presentation.
I guess I'll introduce Dr. Bhatia, who's going to introduce. Yeah. Let's introduce, I think we're bringing Rosalba Segura. Ms. Segura, if you will come up and present the Los Listos preschool presentation. You are welcome. Absolutely. We are so grateful to all of you for all the work you do together.
We will need a motion to, yes.
Oh, they're going to, wait.
Yeah, yeah.
We need to amend the agenda.
Yeah,
Just give us a
Oh, so you
second.
want to switch the items, the summer school and then preschool?
Summer
Yeah,
school
we can do that.
first.
We just need to go through the process. Yeah. So do we have a motion to amend the agenda, which would put the summer school item first and then the Los Listos item second? So update on summer school 2023 would be 5A. Los Listos preschool presentation would be 5B.
Second.
Thank you, Carmen. Thank you, Kimberly. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. This item passes 4-0. Thank you.
So with that, we'll go to the new 5A, which is the update on summer school.
Okay, so here we have Debbie Silveria and Brenda de Jesus and Martha Ladd. And I do want to just point out that currently we don't have Lisette Bendaña and Patrick Olson, who did such an amazing job with the secondary students. And Miley Springer, who leads our STEAM program that I believe, Carmen, your boys experienced this summer, our 3rd through 8th grade. And I just have to say that just looking at the faces of the students in this presentation just shows you why all of us work so hard here at Cabrillo. And I just want to thank, because this group of summer school leaders worked countless hours, like Sean says, worked the first 90% to set up summer school, and then to supervise and deliver summer school was the second 90%. So thank you. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, Debbie and Martha. Go ahead.
Okay, hello, good evening. My name is Brenda de Jesus, and this has been my 2nd year as the Big Lift Program Manager at Hatch for students rising kindergarten to rising 3rd grade. So this year we had 138 students total.
Is it this? I think so. Is it the bottom one?
There it is. There we go. Okay, so we had 138 students, 8 teachers, most of which were internal from El Granada and Fairlawn View, and a lot of long-term subs that had those positions. They were assisted by 16 San Mateo County Library facilitators hired by the local library. So those facilitators led the afternoon sessions for STEAM sessions for all of our students. They did language arts, math and reading in the morning, and then they went on and did all the science and technology and art and engineering in the afternoon. So our curriculum is provided by Bell Excel and Scholastic. They all students received workbooks for math, reading, and writing to kind of enhance that lesson planning that the teachers had. And the teachers also had a lesson plan book, which I worked with them to develop those lesson plans to make sure that they were adequately delivered to all of our students in their levels. We also had early literacy assessments and post-literacy assessments for Rising K through Rising 3rd. So Rising K was mostly listening and selecting like correct answers. And then once they get to Rising 2nd, Rising 3rd, it's more of reading longer texts and reading word problems for math. Sorry. So I put a little bit in the bottom how the results I gave to the teachers were the color-coded, and it helped them create the small group instruction, which I assisted most teachers in creating small groups and delivering small group instruction to them. And then in the other results I wanted to highlight, most of our students did progress over the couple weeks we had together. These 2 students particularly, they went up about 40 to 50 points in the 4 weeks we were together. So it's really nice to see that movement in their learning in the weeks that we were with them. And I just wanted to highlight some of the students and the work that they did. Down here, the students with the whiteboards, when they started Big Lift with us, most of the letters were backwards. They didn't know which order the letters were supposed to be in. So our teachers did a great job in reinforcing those skills to make sure they're ready for the next year. Sorry. Like I said, our amazing afternoons, they did lots of engineering, physics, robotics, math, and chemistry, and lots of yoga. In the summer, they are tired, and by 3 p.m., they are exhausted. So it was nice that they ended their days with lots of mindfulness to get ready for the next day or enjoy their weekend and come back. Our family engagement mornings, it was the first time we did it this year, and it was led by Elizabeth Shuck, and she gathered all of these community organizations to come and deliver presentations for our families, offer all of the resources that they have. And our students didn't know much about these resources, so a lot of these resources were tailored to their needs. So the students were actually the ones out there mingling with these adult organizations. Like, for example, Sonrisas, they learned about flossing and brushing your teeth every day and what's a good healthy eating choice and what's not. Star Vista, like, what can we do to stay healthy? You know, like the Izzy early education program, like, what can you do at home? Let's read some books with your parents. So it was really nice that these were offered to parents, but that they were tailored to our age group. And this year we had lots and lots of field trips and special presentations. We took our first field trip to Curiosity in San Mateo, and you know, they got to ride those big yellow school buses. So that was very exciting for them. We went to Inkspell, where Cindy was very gracious enough to give each of our students 2 free books, and got a tour of Inkspell, and you know, enhance that love for reading that we really want them to continue having. They went to our Heal Garden over at the district and learned about worms and the importance of worms. You know, like, they're not just little animals in our gardens, they have a role. They went to the Half Moon Bay Library and learned about the different services that they offer. They mostly loved learning about 3D printing and all of the STEAM activities that are offered there. They had an exotic animal person come and show them different animals. They loved the pythons, the tortoise, and you know, some of them got to put them on their bodies, so that was lots of fun. We had our local firefighters and their fire truck come visit us and learn about fire safety. And then we had a karate instructor tell them about, you know, body safety and how to be safe around others and keeping your body safe totally. In our closing ceremony, we had a special visit from these Aztec dancers from the San Jose community, provided by us from the library. So it was a great way to bring in that heritage of the Aztecs and, you know, learning about them. You know, they don't just wear these feathers for no reason, or they don't have these shields for no reason. They taught the students what each of these things mean and why they're so important. And then each of our classrooms went up there and provided a presentation for the families, and we ran out of room at Hatch. There was no space. I had never seen it this full. Our families had a great time, and they loved seeing their students out there dancing, singing, acting out, you know. So it was nice to see a lot of our more quiet and shy students out on stage having fun. And then any extra, you know, any snacks that we had, any extra materials we had, families were able to take home. So it was nice that they have supplies to have at home in case they needed some. Good. That's it on Big Lift. Thank you for having me, and I'm glad to still be at Cabrillo.
And with that, I'm going to welcome us to STEAM. So we had another great summer at the STEAM Academy. Our objectives remain the same: to increase interest in STEAM, increase knowledge of STEAM, provide exposure to different STEAM skills, improve 21st century skills, increase academic vocabulary, and increase school engagement. We had fabulous staff for our 170 students, including 12 credentialed teachers, 8 extended learning tutors, 2 SEL art therapists, 5 ALAS arts teachers, 1 health aide, 1 campus security, and 15 boys and girls club staff. The student attitudes. To help determine the effectiveness of the program, both the students and parents were asked how much they agreed with various statements based on the objectives of the program. The survey was given both at the beginning and once again at the end. One of the biggest successes from the student survey was the growth we saw in their willingness to stick with a problem even when it was hard. Another success was their attitude towards their ability to explain their work. The program focuses daily on English language development. Parents also saw an increase in their students' ability to explain their work to others and their willingness to continue working on a problem that is hard. Our curriculum in the STEAM program is included environmental science curriculum provided by ENGIE, sewing, musical theater, hip-hop dance, Afro-Peruvian drumming, and folklorica provided by ALAS, SEL art lessons provided by art therapists, and more visual art provided by the classroom teachers. The STEAM program served 160 students. Of these students, most qualify for the free and reduced lunch program. In fact, the average family income was around $50,000 per year. 46% were designated English language learners, 39% were RFEP, 32% have an IEP. Our students working on science and engineering projects. Again, you could see the smiles on their faces. One thing I want to tell you that Brenda didn't mention, the Big Lift students or scholars did not want the program to end. This was a challenge for students to design a better student desk. Some of their ideas included creating desks that can be used with either a chair or a wheelchair, desks that incorporated a water bottle holder, and larger desks that allowed students to collaborate easily. Our rising 7th grade students learned about city planning. They designed a town and created the model building to scale. They came up with laws and policies they thought a perfect city should have. They included both environmental laws such as recycling and water conservation, and policies around schools, which included students being allowed to use their phones whenever they wanted. Our students engage with many different art projects through the summer. Again, they're smiling and joyful. During ALAS instruction, our students sewed a bag, learned Afro-Peruvian drumming, learned folklorica dances and hip-hop dances. They prepared properly for movement by warming up before each class. All students were able to participate in SEL art once a week. These projects included a wishing tree wishes and envisioning their calming place. Our students enjoyed a capira, I might not be saying that right, I'm sorry, performance in our last day. Some students were able to give it a try. In the afternoons, our students participated in the Boys and Girls Club program. This program was supported by a staff of 15 that included bilingual counselors, 7 of which are CUSD alumni. Students participated in 3 activities in their assigned groups daily. These activities included cooking, soccer, walking field trips, and much more. Here's some pictures from the Boys and Girls Club. Again, smiling faces. This summer, we had 2 new programs at Cunha. One was an intro to band class for rising 4th and 5th grade students. The students were introduced to a wide variety of instruments. The other was Spanish immersion intervention class that focused on Spanish grammar. This class was also for rising 4th and 5th graders. Both these classes participated in the ALAS and SEL art that was a part of the STEAM program. Okay. You're welcome. Do you want this or you go? Okay. I'll be back for high school.
Okay, good. Good evening, and thank you for having me here today. I want to thank Dr. Bhatia for securing all the funding for this great program that we have and helping make sure we all stay together. It's a lot of pieces to keep together, and she did a really great job doing that. And Debbie's awesome to work with, and I bet we resolved in her team. So it is wonderful what happened in the summer. So I have been helming extended school year, which is authorized under the IDEA and state law. Students with disabilities have to qualify for extended school year, and typically they're students who require intensive services throughout the year. And we have a model that we use, so there's typically a summer slide, but for students with more intensive service needs, that summer slide may be more significant, and it may take them longer to recruit that slide. So the intention of ESY is to kind of flatten that curve a little bit for students so that we're not having to continue to go over the same things and that they're able to maintain their gains throughout the summer. We also are able to provide related services for students at a modified amount to what the summer school is. So if students receive occupational therapy, speech, physical therapy, vision therapy, or adaptive physical education, they also receive those services during summer school. So this is our staffing this year. We have a preschool and kindergarten teacher, then we have an elementary teacher, and then a secondary teacher. And then those were the how many related service providers that we had this year. We had 2 speech pathologists working because we were providing compensatory services to eligible students, so they covered that for us to make up those minutes that were owed to other children. Here are our program highlights. One of the big things that I appreciate is that the students do have mainstreaming opportunities for each class to participate in different activities with neurotypical peers, and all of the programs are supported by district paraprofessionals. Those are 2 things I just wanted to highlight. We also have a summer skills program. So a lot of children don't qualify for extended school year. It's a pretty small group of kids that qualify. But some students would benefit from summer school, but they need a little bit more support than they would normally get in, say, something like Big Lift. So for our 3rd through 5th graders, we provide a summer skills program where really the whole thing is for them to see themselves as active, engaged learners. And our teacher is a ed specialist, and she provides a really great curriculum for kids. And they too are very smiley and sad at the end of the week and at the end of the time. So it's something that the district's been able to do largely because Dr. Batias helps me with funding. And it's just grown every year. Maybe first year we had like 4 kids, and then next year we had 10 kids, and now we had 14 kids. So it's becoming more and more popular. And the kids are really loving it. And Martina, who teaches it, is just really fabulous and enjoys it. Then I just wanted to highlight our social emotional learning program. Caroline Morton and 2 of her interns developed art therapy workshops and brought them to our summer skills program, our 3rd through 8th grade students, and our 4th and 5th grade STEAM program, and our 9th grade people participated in it. So it was a series of art therapy lessons that either required collaboration or kids could work on their own, but they were connected to the SEL core competencies. And then it says there what kinds of topics were covered. And now for the high school program. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Martha. So with high school, we had enrolled in credit recovery. We had 132 students, 4 staff. We had 27 in PE, algebra, science, and 3 teachers. For bridge freshmen, we had 8, and we had 1 teacher. So here our ingenuity success, there were 55 students who made up a total of 605 credits, okay? And we did have some eligible super seniors earn their diplomas, and that was fantastic. And they actually had this wonderful incentive, you'll see in a minute, the next slide, to get their diplomas. So there were 12 students in an extension program that took a little bit longer than the summer session, but one of them was a super senior. And this is our video. That is marvelous.
The vibe of D Hall has been awesome. Lots of happy students, lots of people trying hard. The incentive for the Santa Cruz field trip, especially the final moments, really inspired participation in the process. I'm sure we'll have better completion rate this year than last year.
We have a great and successful summer school program. In particular, great this summer has live classes. We have students interacting, so we added on to our normal ingenuity, all those like classes.
More happy kids. I can't get this slide to go. Oh, there. That's migrant.
And here I believe we have Rosalba
Yeah.
Dulce, who, I'm sorry I didn't introduce you earlier, but again, the way that migrant education program works, and thanks to Rosalba and her team, we aren't able to duplicate services, so we do give priority to migrant students to enroll in all our programs. That's what's required of our migrant program, and then you're going to see the fabulous additional services that our students receive. Thank you.
Again, my name is Rosalba Segura, and this is.
Hi, my name is Dulce Penaloza. Thank you for having me here today. Appreciate it.
This year we did an excellent job, and I felt so good having someone like her. That kids were really engaged. It was completely supplemental services. We never got to the even the thought that we may be doing duplication of efforts. Well planned, orchestrated, and deliberate. That we had 70 students out of 106 students participate in the summer. The numbers are shrinking, so we're not getting more migrant families. We're losing migrant families. So they don't requalify because either they stop doing the work in agriculture or their kids are no longer with us in the district. If they move, they typically don't come back, and we all know the reasons why. The cost of living is, if they're moving, is a big reason, and not completely out of necessity that they're moving. You look at the other aspect of agriculture is also really small areas of agriculture left in the coast. It's more public services and stores and hotels and recreational. So we're really happy to provide services to them. We always look forward for the summer because that's when the students come up with what they want to do, what they would like to see happen. So we created a classroom that we call it a third home or third place. It's in the community hub. It's P6 thanks to CEF and Boys and Girls Club. And majority of our work is in the afternoons, evenings, and Saturdays in summer. But I'm gonna let perfect. I'm gonna let Dulce explain the summer services for us.
Okay, and then just really quickly, since doing this PowerPoint with our great efforts of our team, we were able to increase our numbers of students that we were able to help just because we want to get in as many students as we can. So one of our team members from the region came down and did a couple more vision screenings, and we were able to hand out a couple more backpacks and school supplies. So we actually have helped 90 students so far, and we're just going to continue to do that until the very last day of summer. So these are some of our summer services. Our first one, we kicked off this summer partnering with the Sonrisas Dental Clinic, and we did a dental and vision screening. We were able to, 56 students benefited from that, which was really amazing, and just in one day. So it was a lot of team effort, and we're really thankful for Sonrisas for helping us with that. The next thing that we did was backpack and school supply distribution, and we were able to help 83 students really prepare and just feel confident for starting the new year. I think that's, I don't know if you've heard the phrase like, if you look good, you feel good, and if you feel good, you do good, and that's what we want to bring to our students always. And we were also able to take a group of students 4th through 8th grade on a field trip. We did do Oakland Zoo, but we also did something a little bit different this year, and I'll show the slides. But we were able to take the students to Bay Area Smash Room, and really we've been focusing on, yeah, so it's just a room and their kids are able to just decompress from all the stress of just the year, and it was great seeing them. Like there was a lot of like tears, happy tears, so it was really great to see. And we also did our Language Arts and Reading Academy this summer. So on top of summer school, students had the opportunity to stop by in the afternoons, Monday through Thursday, and we served students 4th through 8th grade. Some of the projects that we worked on this summer was the Mini Architects Project. Students went around their community and looked at buildings, and once they chose the building that they wanted, they researched it, they wrote a report, and we did a digital book online. So just really getting them, I feel like we're going towards technology nowadays, so we really want to get the students prepared for that. And then the second project that the students did was a cultural exploration project where they were able to pick a topic of choice and write a report, paint a canvas or something relating to that topic, and also do a Google presentation. Students enjoyed both of those projects, especially the one where they got to build a model of their building with wood sticks and a couple of other fun things that we got to offer them. Okay, let's see here. Oh yeah, this is our dental and vision screening, and all of these services are for K through 12th grade students. It's just very, we believe it's really important because there's that link between, you know, being able to academically perform and being in overall good health, whether that's mental, physical. So that's what we really focused on. And then a couple of pictures of the kids receiving their backpacks. Our team really took the time to like research the backpacks this year and not just pick like black backpacks to hand out. So it was really great to see the students. Everyone was happy and just kind of showing it off. And they're actually like, we're actually going to use our backpacks to school. So that was really fun to see. And these are pictures of the 4th through 5th grade class going to the Smash Room with their little helmets. It was really the cutest thing ever. I'm really glad I was able to experience that with them. We also had a picnic at Mountain Lake Park, and here are a couple more pictures of the kids at the zoo. One thing that Rosalba and I have been working on this summer, which we're really excited to share with you, is, like she said, we were able to create a classroom that really feels like home to a lot of our students. And with that, it's just really turning the attention back on them, having them look within, have that self-awareness. And one thing that we want to start doing is doing a student self-advocacy form. So pretty much what this form is, it's designed to actively involve teachers, counselors, students, and parents in proactive self-advocacy, responsibility, and improved communication. It provides a structured space for discussing current grades, missing assignments, empowering students to take charge of their academic journey and proactively complete any missing work. And really, it's just to strengthen the relationships between teachers, counselors, students, and parents. So we're going to start implementing that for students 8th through 12th grade. And I think it's going to work out really well. I think it's really going to increase the communication overall within our community and our students and our staff members. That's it. Any questions?
Okay. Thank you so much. I have lots of questions and comments, but I'll defer to others. Didn't want to go first. All right. I just want to say that was awesome. And I feel like, okay, first of all, it's not just what you presented, but again, it's how you presented it. And I can feel, it's like palpable, the joy that you guys have and the energy and just the care and the love for your students. And first of all, I just want to say that, like, it's such a thank you because that is so important. And that's probably a little bit of a lead into my question for, I'd love to hear from each one of you on this. Like, what do you feel made summer school so special and so for the students to the point where they were like they didn't want to leave? Like, okay, that's a little strange, right? Because this is summer, so school in the summer can be a little bit of a hard sell. These are kids that probably, many of them were struggling previously, right? So maybe don't have the best like feeling about school to begin with. Well, just like, even just that, right? Like that's kind of hard. How, like, what can we, yeah, what do you feel like made it so successful? Particularly, like, are there things that we could apply to our normal school year? And I'd love to hear from each of you, or however, you know, maybe Debbie will go first because she has some
Well,
time.
I have big lift, and,
Yeah,
and I think I do know, I believe that the science, it's the STEAM, it's the hands-on, the active engagement that the scholars just so enjoy. At the high school, I think it might be smaller class size. They were just, they were very caring. They were all happy. I think they wanted the opportunity to succeed, and they really did well. I think the staff was very engaged and supportive. And at Summer STEAM, I think it's the STEAM, but also what Miley thought, it's the art. She thought that they really, really blossomed with the art. And you can see the creativity, but that's what I think it is. It's the art and hands-on that brings a lot of joy.
For extended school year,
Microphone.
She came up, yeah.
Yeah.
She
And
came
I'm sorry,
over
this is
and
like a little
visited.
bit, I don't know if you've even had the chance to self-reflect on this, but again, because I feel like there's such a good joy and energy, and you can see it and I can hear it. I'd love to like be able to like I ask this question to Pilarcitos whenever they come present to you. Is the same kind of like love, and of course Lizette is part of both of those programs. So of course, and clearly you all are like amazing, and that's probably the first 90% of it.
well, I want
Martha.
to compliment Brenda on the program that she put together for the kids. The idea that kids could go in and all these tables were meant for them and that they had agency. So the other pieces at high school, they have agency. They're in charge of their success, and there's caring adults that are there that are invested in it. And they can see a finish line. And not only does that finish line is going to help them to get to the bigger finish line of their diploma, but Brenda's program, those kids and the parents are coming in, and the kids are like at the front of the table. They're the ones. And so what I think Debbie does so well, and I think Dulce does so well for being so young, is that they center the children. And when they center the children are responding. And I think the caring adults and the centering of the children and the giving them agency over what happens. So.
If I can add, I think the consistency.
Yeah.
The consistency and having the key people providing the services and the predicting, like the group of kids that there's only 70 that we had during the year, 60, that we always told them, you know, in the summer, this is what we're going to be doing. So we brainstorm about activities, what you want to do, are your grades, I mean, you have to go to the services. So that kind of way of anticipating what's coming in that collaboration with everyone. I mean, it's huge agencies, Boys and Girls Club, ALAS in the district, and some other agencies like the library and in our case, the region, which is Santa Clara County Office of Ed. The coordination, the time that the district allow us, or job allowed to really invest at least second semester, planning for summer, it was well done. And that's, I mean, I don't know if I want to say sorry, but I was going to say, we did an excellent job. I've been around for 20-something years, and I feel like we did an excellent job.
So, and just to add one more thing, and I let you because I know you really close with the students. It's the parents. We got the trust of the parents. Parents really feel like, you know what, I coming out of COVID and remote learning and learning pods and this and that, I think we're building community within every single small community in schools. And that's something that you, Sophia, you said it so well. You can feel it. We can find the joy with the families and the kids. And they're really eager to come. And families know how to access because we have created a better way of communicating with them, I think. Yeah.
The last thing I was thinking, though, they all like, I think, the field trips and incentive. Like, that's big and fun. Yeah, and brings a lot of joy.
For Big Lift, I just want to add the involvement of everybody, you know, and the consistency of seeing the same faces every day. Sorry. Like the kids thought they were so important because the parents were there for them every single morning, and they spent those 15 minutes of the morning having breakfast together, visiting the agencies, listening to a morning message. So they felt so centered and they felt so welcome. And the closing ceremony, the field trip, the excursions, we had so many parents who wanted to come. I wish we had more spaces for them, but it's wonderful that they feel that they're welcome and that school is another home for them.
That is so awesome, and that's what I felt too. Oh, yes, please.
Sorry.
No, not at all. No, that's great. I'd love to hear from you.
I guess one thing that I do want to add, I feel really privileged because I think that this year in particular, and the summer in particular, just having at least a group of students that I was working with take part in building their new classroom for the summer really set the intention for it. They were there from the beginning. I really wanted them to have a say in exactly what they wanted, because I think a lot of the time as adults we just are so focused on getting the task done that we forget who it's for. And one thing that I really learned is, and it's so true, you're gonna get whatever you put into something, that's what you're gonna get out of it. And then the last thing that I want to add that really, I don't know, just makes me a little sentimental is taking the time to get to know the student as a whole, kind of just building like an empathy map for them and seeing what their home life is, what their school life is, their group of friends, their situation, the adversities that they're facing, because it's so so individualized for each student. Everyone is facing something different. So just taking those extra 10 minutes to have a conversation with them in the morning really made it so that we gained their trust in the families. And whenever we needed something of them, just to participate and show up, they were eager to do so. So I think that's what really helped this summer as well.
That is awesome. I'm so glad you added it. Yes, no, keep it coming. That's fine.
But the classroom, the space, the environment, the sense of belonging. In the past, we used to think about, okay, they need a space, quiet space, they can do their homework because they don't have that quiet space. When we were planning the P6 setup, almost 90% of the students say we need a living room because where we live, we share spaces. So most of the times, we don't have access to a living room. So we get a room or two, or garage, or kitchen, or bathroom, but we don't know what a living room is to enjoy and sit down and watch TV and have conversations. So that was the very most popular and kind of heartwarming and, okay, reality check. If you really get to know the families and the students, you're going to know what they want, what they need. If you replicate it and build them for them, they'll come and they feel that like they're at home. So that was a big success. A little living room from IKEA and donations and free and reduce or something. Yeah, so that's it.
We have a lot of like websites or like groups on the coast side. Yeah, please add. Oh, microphone's not working.
It's on, it was already on. Okay, glad. So ditto to all of the reasons that were shared here of why our students were involved, but there's one that I just need like a thumbs up, thumbs down from our leaders, but I just feel that in K or TK, well, K, rising K through 8th grade, I don't believe any of the assignments were graded.
Ah.
So there was no pressure for our students, because as long as they participated and they completed a project, and if they didn't finish, it was there the next day and the next day. And so I just feel that I wanted to add. And is it right? Like, is it my feeling right? And at the high school, yes, we did have a completion. It was Edgenuity, but there was, like I said, there was a reward at the end, and an immediate reward after the 4 or 6 weeks.
And the way Edgenuity works is you can keep redoing it till you get it right. Right? Like, that's the beauty of Edgenuity. So I just want to. Yeah. Put on microphone so they can hear you on TV.
There was less success for algebra last year because even though the students came in the summer and participated every day on Ingenuity, they still weren't having success. So to have the live teacher really helped a lot.
That's really good for math.
I agree.
And I want to add that there were 7 students in the live algebra class.
Correct.
And all 7 passed.
Yes.
Algebra 1? Yes, algebra.
Yes,
Algebra
yes.
1. And 10 in PE, 9 passed and 1 did drop out.
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad because that's also a lesson last year for PE. So good. Thumbs up to high school for getting more kids through PE during the school year so they could really focus on other things in the summer, be it algebra, be it working, be it relaxing, whatever it is. I just can't thank you enough, or unless you had more.
No.
Because that's great.
Just to answer
Because
questions.
this was so fantastic to just hear this and all, and I just want to say, it also just, to me, like many of you said about the student focus and putting the students at the center, and then somebody, was it, I think you said about like, not focusing just on the tasks and getting the tasks done, but more about like, why are we doing the tasks? And always constantly remembering that. And you also said, Dulce, something about like, we're trying to get every single student that we can before we're still going, right? There's still 5 days left. We're not done yet, right? Like that passion, that drive to like get to the students and to help them in ways that's meaningful to them, not in the ways that we think, oh, they will like this, they will like this. It's like, no, we see what they're going for, and you kind of adjust what you're doing. You're building classrooms to make it their classroom, right? It's their classroom. We're just here to help to support them in their learning process, and kind of like putting the vegetables in with the sweets, right? Like having the dessert there, but like, it's like it tastes good and it looks cute, but it's like there's vitamins in there. It's like, don't make it seem like it's all like, well, not to mention a lot of the activities are social emotional opportunities, right? And the arts and the music that you did, like that's learning in a different way, and different kind of learning as well. So I love all that you said, and I will put a challenge to you. This might fall to you, Leticia, I don't know how. Somehow harness this to our broader community as we start the school year. I don't know if it's at like we have our events coming back to school. Somehow, not everyone listens to the board meetings. I know we have many dedicated people who do. But if there's other ways that we can get to, if there are ways that we can get your energy and even also your tips and your voice and from your voices, I think would be really great. If we can somehow get that more broad to our school community, I think that would be really inspiring. So, all right, that was my big question. Kim, it sounds like you have something.
Thank you. And I concur with everything that Sophia said. The value of the experiential breadth and depth obviously engaged the students. For the band program specifically, I didn't know about that. So we know that with a background in design, but especially interest in the arts, I was delighted to hear about the band. Is there potential of pipeline being fed? If this was 4th and 5th graders, is there some path to CUNY participation that's been broken?
That was our hope, and it got kind of a slow launch. Like, we just didn't get the exposure we wanted. Really, the participation was from Kings Mountain, Fairlawn View, was all that signed up. So they knew it was just hard to get out the message because it was brand new. But the hope is that's the whole hope, is so that when they get to CUNY, it's not a surprise, because Miss PS was the teacher.
Okay, fabulous.
And we provided everything. It was a phenomenal program, but the problem was, like you didn't know, we didn't get enough out to, all the families.
I think that's just a brilliant
But next,
theater idea. I know we named a lot of the different activities, but the project-based learning, so those engineering projects, this is where the language development, no, it's not reading per se, but it's that having the variety of experiences that help kids learn. And so I really appreciate the visibility of all of the aspects and not just remediation. We know these are the students that are struggling, but what a brilliant opportunity for them to succeed. So thank you for that in particular.
I did want to say, I was really pleased to see Scholastic for the Big Lift Inspiring Summer Program really boosted their academics and support. So the curriculum was much stronger, in my opinion, this year, which was great. So they did have math and reading workbooks, but it was solid. And we will have results from Bell. We always get them in about October. So then we'll know. We get, a report for the summer results.
Okay. And again, it's that thinking out of the box, and I appreciate, Sophia's challenge of what can we take away. And there's colleges that have a special winter break. If you had a special 2-week set aside for an activity or engagement in some way that's kind of an alternate to the day in, day out. Maybe this is inspiration for something like that.
That is a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. It's so great to see all this and just how every year you guys, in general, the Big Lift, Migrant, Martha Special Ed, Migrant, which covers everything, and just you guys every year you do a much better job. So we're expecting great things next year. But no, thank you. And it's easy to sit here and just watch all this, but I mean, honestly, just thank you from the little things, which is, coordinating the field trips and organizing stuff and, even picking up after all the booths that you were talking about, Linda, and all the great incentives and all the great opportunities, and more importantly, that they were really tailored to the group of kids you guys are serving, from the free giveaways, from the interactive stuff, from incorporating math and not having the pressure of these kids feeling like they, how well did they do it? That didn't matter. What mattered is that they were there and that they were participating, and just having them interact, making them feel welcomed, and having caring adults, from teachers to aides to, even, people who coordinated the program, and always having them in the center of mind of everything is just, there's no way you could go wrong with that. I also, what really captured my attention was, most of these kids don't have these experiences because of money. And what ends up happening is because of money and because of their low performance, they have to go to summer school. And it's like pulling teeth. Believe me, I was there. Pulling teeth because they had to go. And unfortunately, when they would come back, all their friends got to do all the fun summer stuff, like things that they wanted to choose and things that their parents were able to pay for them. And a lot of them had, field trips and all this great stuff. And you guys did it for these group of kids, and that was just amazing. All those great incentives from, the field trips and even like little things like the backpacks, because I will tell you that I know many years and I don't mean to offend anyone, but there was always this big push of giving kids backpacks, and that was very well needed. But a lot of the times these kids went to school and they were embarrassed because they had a backpack just like the 20 other kids, and it's like you knew that you got free backpack. You didn't show up with these cool backpacks. So the fact that, Rosalba, you guys talk about how your staff went out of their way to pick these backpacks. I mean, those are the little things that really mean a lot to these kids, because like Dulce was saying, you look good, you project, good energy, and you feel like you're ready. Whereas like sometimes it is embarrassing. These kids, that's their mentality. It's like they wanna look cool. And when they show up with the same backpack that like 100 other kids have, that's significant. So all of those like little things that mean so much are just like, thank you guys. And the parents will come for anything that their kids are into. You could tell them, oh, they're just gonna read some, I mean, you'll have them and the uncles and the aunts and then the siblings. So I'm not surprised that you had a full house. It's always, they're so involved when it comes to their child, and they want to support them any way possible. So if my daughter's like just ready to go to school, I'm like, I'd be right there. I'd be right there as well. So thank you, and thank you for doing this, because this was an experience that these kids had that if it wasn't for all the work that you guys do, they wouldn't have had. They would have had another pulling teeth, going to summer school, just, horrible experience that, normally happens. But you guys, every year, you guys just outdo yourselves, and thank you so much. Muchas gracias por todo el trabajo que hacen. Gracias.
Thank you. And I want to add the two things too. As Lizette was speaking, reminded me also of your presentation that I think meant a lot. One was around the student agency, and you give a couple of really nice examples about how you're not only wanting students to speak up for themselves, but like you're teaching them how. And that action sends the message really clearly that you really want them. You're not just saying it. Just tell me if you have a problem, right? You're doing it because like, here's how to tell me when you have a problem, like in coaching them and showing that, you really do. You're showing them, you're not just telling them. I think that really stood out to me, as well as the piece that Leticia, you mentioned about the grading. And of course, that's like, I think, okay, you can't always not grade, right? And like in normal school, fine. But that principle around making the learning more about the learning, and again, you're packaging the learning in with the fun, and the hands-on is a good example of the fun, the field trips are an example of the fun. Like this, I think that's so important because, and also because I think sometimes that gets lost in translation. People feel like, oh, we can't do summer school, that's different, right? But like those principles can apply, like making the focus of what you do more about the learning than about the grading, for example. That's huge. And because that sends a message to kids as well that you're here to comply or you're here to learn. Like, which is it? And if they get the message that they're here to learn, they'll step up and they'll learn. And a lot of these things that you described, like they don't have a lot of additional cost. It's just a different way of doing things, right? So I appreciate that as well. So again, I don't know how, but I'll throw that challenge probably to you or to Sean or so little think tank about how to take this magic and like spread that like magic everywhere as we bring on this new school year. It'd be like such a nice opportunity. I don't know. I'll just whatever you can do. And also just want to put a shout out to Debbie. Thank you. Also, I appreciate your survey methodology, how you got a kind of baseline at the beginning of the year with your STEAM students and then checked in with them again. And you can see with that same cohort within that same year, what was their progression. And I'd also want to shout out, thank you to Pat Olson, who put together that video. That was a super awesome video to see just on site what was happening. And also, I love that I saw he had subtitles at the bottom. So thank you, Pat, for adding subtitles. I think that's also really helpful for the accessibility issue as well. So thank you. That was awesome. All right, so next item is, I think, 5B. The new 5B, which is Los Listos Preschool.
And I want to say to the folks who presented on summer school, please feel free to go. Thank you for coming before school's even started, and thank you for all your work this summer.
So here again, we have our fabulous Rosalba Segura and Graciela Krabenschmidt. who are going to give you a more deeper dive into all the amazing Los Listos preschool activities and programs.
Thank you, Leticia. My name is Graciela Krabenschmidt, and I love always doing the presentation for the preschool. It's one of my favorites. I've been with the preschool for over 20 years, and we have seen the preschool evolve, and we started really, really small, with really small group of children. Lisette was part of that journey, and we now license, we state funded, and we have done many, many things in the last couple of years with the preschool. So I'm just gonna touch the early screening and referrals, the students that we serve, transitional kindergarten reference services that we are offering for the second year, curriculum and alignment that we have in the preschool, and additional support, family support services. So the early screening, we identify families. We have a wait list form year-round. So every time that a family is interested in having their child in the preschool, we have a form all year, and we call them when it's time, when they're turning 3. We have even taken 2.10 and 2.11 because TK is taking all the older children. So we identify them, we plan, we contact the families, and we do a universal screening that is called Ages and Stages. And it's just a developmental questionnaire that we have with the parents and the child together. And we ask, if they have any concerns about communication, social, emotional, and we answer all those questions together. And if they need a referral, an early referral, and they're already 3 years old, we partnered with the special ed in the district, and they can start doing the evaluation. So by the time they start preschool, they already receiving services that they needed. We also are working on our second year of inclusion. So we have 2 children with a full IEP last year in the general education, and we'll have 2 more this year. So we're also growing in that area. So we're really, really happy that we are an inclusion preschool. We do give parents bags with materials as early as 6 months before the school year starts. And we give them a lot of books, hands-on materials, so they can start working with them for 6 months. And we also offer the support of meetings with them. We did some Zoom meetings and in-person meetings, and we model how to use those materials. We talk about their being the first teachers and how they can help their children play and learn at home, and start habits like, after you play with these materials, we're gonna put them away. And it's amazing, after 6 months, they come to the classroom and they start cleaning up in their own. So we always tell parents that they are the first teachers, and they start reading books with them at home. And we encourage them to go to the library, start those services as early as 3-year-olds. If they have children that are 0 to 3, there are also programs in the library that they can sign for it, and they will receive a lot of support, even with the little guys. So there are some pictures of the parents. They love to show pictures where their children are using all the materials that we're giving, and you can tell that they're looking at the books, they're using those fine motor skills with all those materials that they have. They love those posters that we give with colors and numbers, and parents really like to show everything that they're doing at home. So like I said before, we do referrals through special ed, and if they're under 3, then we do other agencies that take care of them before they turn 3. But we mainly connect families with the Cabrillo special ed community, with all the agencies and resources that the district offers. And we also make sure that we in contact with the family and make sure that they have made that connection and what else they need for the child to for services that they need. For curriculum alignment and assessment, so we use the DRDPs, which is the Desired Results and Development Profile. They're observations that teachers do through the school year. And we have to report twice a year to the state in all the areas of development, communication, math, language, and we actually can see results. We can pull up results from that database, and the teachers can see which areas the children are performing a little lower, and they can modify the lesson planning, and they can focus on that area. If it's language, then they focus on activities where the children will be exposed to more language. If it's math, then we'll focus on the specific areas where they need more exposure. So those results help us, the teachers, and us to really design those lesson planning and create more activities for them to have more have success in those areas at the end of the year. We also use the California Preschool Learning Foundations, and those go from 36 months all the way through kindergarten age. And we also use the Regan screening assessment for 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, and 5-year-olds. So we do serve students that qualify for California State Preschool Program. We certify them for 2 years. We serve 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, and even 2.6, 2.7. We're taking now younger age children. We do offer 2 morning classes, including children that qualify to receive, like I said, special education services. And TK students wraparound services are now being offered for the 2nd school year. The TK wraparound services have been added to Hatch and El Gonada School. We offer the 2 sites. We focus on social and emotional learning, enrichment and life skills, academic support, and physical fitness. The services are aligned with the school calendar beginning August 17th and then go all the way through June 6, 2024. This is our some pictures of our last class. Sophia and Sean and Jesus and Lisette and Leticia, they all were part of the ceremony, and it was really amazing to see parents back together. We didn't have celebrations before because of the pandemic, and we had them outside, and this time we have them at the multi-use room in Hatch, and I think we have around 300 people. It was really amazing to see the parents, seeing the kids graduating from preschool and going into TK or kindergarten, and we're really happy to have you guys in there, so I hope to see you again next year. And these are just some pictures of the children outside. Just the different skills, building friendships, hands-on, learning how to share material, learning how to take turns. We also do a lot of physical activities. Children on the right side on the top, they're looking at letters. We do a lot of modeling for them to exposure to letters and numbers, and then they take their own and they pretend they're teachers, and they're taking those skills in their own. So it's really nice when they breach into, now they want to be, they want to model to the teachers what they're doing. So it goes back and forth, and we have a lot of hands-on experiences for them, so they can develop all their developmental skills. The additional support and resources for families, special education services from Cabrillo. Star Vista offers mental health services through the school year. ALAS, we refer them for ALAS for some services. Help Me Grow with San Mateo County Services, Codside Hope, Boys and Girls Club, and Hapume Library. Thank you. Any questions?
I would like to see if you want to add anything to Inclusion Classroom and almost 4 years efforts of putting this one.
Yeah, we have received a grant, and The three of us have been working really hard. Our intention is to have a full inclusion preschool, and that full inclusion preschool will help students matriculate to their home school in their elementary years. So it's a real pleasure working with both Graciela and Rosalba. And every year we're doing a little bit better. So we had one student who was fully included. This year we're going to have 2 students, and we're looking at 5 students by the end of the year. So we're filling up spaces, and we're able to provide the services that children need and that benefit all the children, really, right?
And because we're such a small district, when you look at 2 students, 3 students, is because our goal or our model is 90-10. 90 students are mainstream and 2 that are full special ed. Other districts, Foster City, of course, numbers are different, but we're providing a lot of support. Like Graciela said, it's taking us longer to screen students because they're younger and younger. But I'm very happy to see all the, again, parent involvement and the collaboration and support from special ed for professional development, training, coaching. Now we're included in IEP, so when students are being assessed, we're part of the decision making, and we advocate for the parents as well. Any questions?
I don't have a question, but my heart has been with you guys and all the great work you've done. And our motto says every student counts. So 1 student is more than enough. And the fact that you guys every year just keep on improving, you guys have come such a long way, and both of you have worked so hard. So it's just an honor to know that you guys have done such a great job, and just to know you guys and how professional and all the great work that you do. So thank you so much. Thank you. And I also love to see you guys presenting, seeing all the hard work that, you're just presenting, but you've been doing this for ages and ages. Rosalba, Graciela, I can't think of Los Listos without you guys. So muchas gracias. Not that you're any older, but you're just wiser women.
5 and 7 when we start.
Yes, yes. And it's always an honor to see you guys present, and it's always an honor to hear about all the great things that you guys are doing, because you guys have done such a great job building this foundation for these kids who are starting, and not only the foundation for the kids, but the involvement. I mean, have 300 people show up for the graduations. And you guys don't even have to you guys have these families coming, and they're so, and not only is it the parents, but it's like the extended family, and the kids are so happy, and you guys have always made this kind of like connection, and it's so important because they're coming into our district, and you guys are starting them off in such a great way to come, and like I said, again, thank you for inviting me to the graduation. And I wasn't prepared to talk, but like I always said, they have to continue the support and continue to be there. And you guys have definitely put them in the right path and started them with great tools. So thank you guys for everything that you guys do. I did miss the ballet folclórico con los vestidos de tu mamá, but still the graduation was awesome. You guys, I can only imagine how hard it was to coordinate everything with the teachers and everybody. And then I love how at the end of not only do you give them a little diploma, but you give them a book of like a binder of all the work. And it's like, I mean, every mom's dream, like, where were you when I was trying to figure this one out, So that is like, you guys do such a great job. I can't say enough. And thank you for all the work that you guys do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. All the thanks that Lizette said, or reiterate or seconded, I guess is the word, and just again appreciate so much the investment that we're making in early childhood education, and my gratitude for leaderships like yourselves and all the folks in the room that are watching now, and importantly working together. So you have that kind of continuum. That's not just like toss them over the fence when they get to Brenda, right? Toss them over when they get to everybody else, like, they're yours, like, right? Like, I think that is also another important dynamic that maybe isn't obvious when you're in it, is that the fact that you're working together and talking to each other and have systems of collaborating so that no one falls through the cracks. So I think that's the biggest risk, even in the district. Our district is not huge, but like, it's pretty complicated, like most school districts are. So kids can easily fall through the cracks, and I've definitely seen that happen like a lot, right? Because there's holes all over. But when you work together and you create like like your hands are like this, like they're not gonna fall because your fingers are all like intercalated, right? They're safe. And kids know that, families know that, you build trust. I think that's really, really super important, and you're doing such a good job of it, and I'm really, really grateful for that. Yeah, that's, I guess, my comment there. I didn't really, it was so fun to be, thank you for the invitation to be at the ceremony, the graduation ceremony. That was also really fun. Yeah, that's all I had on los listos. And other than thank you also to staff and for really, and Sean and Lisa and Leticia, but everybody, and Jesus, everybody that's kind of supporting, making this scenario focus, and hopefully supporting you guys as much as possible so that we can make this really an important part of our district's efforts overall. Back to Martha's trained me very well in MTSS, I think, about thinking about like where we need targeted supports for students and investing in that in a really targeted, meaningful way. And then also conversely, where we modify our tier 1 basic support, where we can include students with the special education needs in our general classroom. Why couldn't we? We change our general classroom so that it has the flexibility and the supports to do that. Make it tier 1, right? So I love how this, your work exemplifies how we kind of move to a more thoughtful, multi-tiered system of support for our kids.
Well, thank you, because thanks to you, and I think last year we think from the bottom of our hearts, we're so lucky. We're lucky to receive the kids at such a young age and have the trust of the parents from the beginning. So that's unique, and it's a treasure that we try to preserve as much as we can. But thank you for giving us a home. We didn't have a home. And yes, it's many years. She was 5 and I was 7, or the other way around. But the moment that you have a home, again, the sense of belonging, and then dreams come true, and the parents feel that they're going to be fine. Kids are going to be taken care, and we're getting them at 2. And when she told me, we're going to get a student that is 2 years and 9 months, I'm like, are you kidding me? But yeah, thank you. Thank you for always being there for us, for trusting us and our staff, and for the frequent visits, Patron. I really appreciate you coming and checking on us. Appreciate it.
I just want to say I'm grateful to the board for, it was a couple of years ago when we had that temporary housing as we were building the new kindergarten wing at Hatch Elementary. And the board, many thanks to this board for going with our recommendation to provide you that home, because your old home paled in comparison to the new home, and you guys have a clean, well-lit space now. And certainly Dr. Contreras helped shepherd that. So you guys did all the fabulous work. Thank you. I'm grateful to you, and I'm grateful to you all of you for supporting early childhood education.
One last question. My understanding is a lot of this work is grant funded. Is that correct? Okay.
It's multi-funded and it's grant. Yeah, we get subcontracts from the state and the county.
That's what I thought. Okay, great. Thank you. Makes it even better if investments out of grant funding, even better. Thank you for taking advantage of that. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next 5C, update on English learner program achievements.
So here we have today Israel Castillo, coordinator of instructional programs, categorical programs, grants, and special projects. And so thank you, Israel. I want to just share that having the addition of Israel Castillo in our Educational Services Department has just been not only like a breath of fresh air, but we really, as Israel will show you, We have seen significant improvement in not only the addition of ELD curriculum and trainings, and Israel not only supports our ELD programs, I do want to say that he has led our visual arts and performing arts program, led our science adoption. So thank you, Israel, for everything you do and for being here, just to share with us a sliver of the work that you do, and one of the most important subgroups of students are English learner students. Thank you. No. Push hard. The little talking face.
There we go. Testing. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity for being here and representing our English learners. I myself was an English learner, so it really falls in my heart. I want to make sure that they have an opportunity, just like I did, to succeed and accomplish anything they want. Today I was able to extract some data. We don't have the beautiful charts from the state yet, but I was able to graph them myself and bring some data to share the progress from last year. And we want to share some of the goals that we would like to continue so we can see some ongoing progress. The general overview that I wanted to go over is at the beginning of the year, we identify first by doing the initial LPAC to identify what students are truly English learners and which ones can be classified as initial fluent proficient. That's the first work that we do. This data that we're going to share today is based on the summative assessment. At the beginning of the year, we do test most of our kindergartners that are on the home language that indicate that they speak an additional language besides English. After we do that, then in February is where we start the general LPAC, and that's administered to all grade levels who have identified that they speak an additional language besides English. Usually we start in February and it goes all the way to the end of the year till May 31st. In a little while, I'll explain how intensive the exam is. There's so many components. There's parts that are done one by one. So it is a long process. I know we started the state testing and we're still LPAC testing at the same time. So it's a coordination that takes some time and some practice to get it done. It meets federal government accountability, and when I work with the principals, we ensure that we tie their school plans with some of the expenditures to make sure that we continue targeting the English learners and set some goals in their SIPSA plans. Just to have a visual in regards to the proficiency levels versus the performance levels. In the middle, the LPAC summative performance levels, that's what the parents will be receiving. Right now, we're in preparation, getting the letters ready to send them out to parents with the results for the LPAC. On the top, we have the ELD standard proficiency levels, which is 3 levels: emerging, expanding, and bridging. What I try to do here is indicate how they align with the proficiency and the performance. I know many of us were used to the CELT, which was beginning, early intermediate, early advanced, and advanced. It had 5 levels, so it's changed to 4 levels. So I'm going to also have an opportunity to share how many students scored at a LPAC level 4, which is great news too, which indicates that those students are going to be reclassified, and we'll have those special ceremonies for them.
Mr. Castillo, CELT is California English Language Development Test, right?
Yes,
And can you tell us again what English language, ELD is English Language Development, but can you tell us what the acronym LPAC is again, just for the public?
Sure. The LPAC is the DO English Language Proficiency Assessment of California, and it's targeting our English learners. It's not a test that is to see how much they know of a specific subject matter, but it's more of their language acquisition. Here's the intensity of the test. For grades K through 12, the speaking component is done one by one, which takes an a pretty large amount of time. So with the support that we have, we're able to bring in some retired individuals, teachers that assist us, pulling one by one. And that also ranges for the listening for grades K, first and second, and also reading for K, first and second. Grades 3 to 12 for listening, reading, and writing, you can do them in small groups. It's recommended for 20 groups of 20 students. That's why it takes us so long, because it's quite intensive, and there's many components in each of the domains of listening, speaking, reading, and writing. This is the total student that we tested this past year. District-wide, we tested 424 students, and I was able to create a little chart, a visual chart, to demonstrate the amount of students in each site. We had 187 at Hatch, Half Moon Bay 68, Cunha 82, Fair Longview 9, El Granada 72, Kings Mountain we had 1, Pilarcito we had 5. And this is a test that you can't opt out, because for the state test, we did have some students opt out, but this one, for this one, they must take it. It's required for students that are English learners to take the LPAC examination. And here's some great news. These are students that scored overall LPAC level 4. And what that means is that now that we have this initial data, we can also use other data such as the CASP, the state test. In addition to that, teacher recommendation, parent. We get involved, the whole team, to make sure that the decision is adequate and it's based on the knowledge of language. District-wide, 62. Cunha, this is a great number, 30 students scored a level 4. And that's about after 5th grade, where we want to see the majority of the students reclassifying. Hatch Elementary, 16, Half Moon Bay 9, El Granada 4, Fair Longview 2, and Kings Mountain 1. The one student they had got a LPAC level of 4, which is great news as well. Like I mentioned earlier, the reclassification process, it involves many parties. Here's a little description of what it entitles. This is something that I've been going over with our admin team for the various sites, because it's important that our parents understand that it's not just one component of the test. There's many other components that help us reclassify a student. I've also shared this at our DLAC meetings. I think the more parents know the logistics of how to get their students reclassified, I think the more we can work side by side to empower our parents, our students, and set some goals, some reachable goals, and some attainable goals. At the same time, we're also following up with our teaching staff to make sure that we're developing lesson plans. We're intentional. The key for any English learner, is, including myself, was those intentional lesson plans really make a difference. And I think from us understanding what it requires for the reclassification process, it's very important for not just teaching staff, for administration, to make it part of our goals, to initiate that intentional practice. And I think that's for any student, for all our students, but when we look at the data and we see our English learners falling through the cracks, we all have to be intentional with everything we do. This is some trends for Cabrillo Unified School District and also for San Mateo County-wide. Some of the trends that we have is from 2021 to 2023. The first year we see that we had 21.10 students reclassified, moving up to 20.30 and then 20.60. On the county side, we have 17.40, 16.20, and then 16.20. What it indicates here is that we're definitely doing some great things here at Cabrillo Unified School District. And I think that just focusing on those goals and continuing the work, not allowing it to die, will continue helping us achieve even higher percentages of reclassification. and in the long run, providing the opportunity for these students to be successful in whatever career path they choose. Our job is to provide them with the tools, and they decide whether they want to go to trade school, university, college. Basically, I feel that by providing them these skills, the skill set, we're giving them the power to be the decision makers of what they want to do with their lives. And I feel that I was given that power by having teachers that were intentional and were caring and fostering those needs that an English learner needs. Here's a little bit of what parents receive on the report that they get. Very visual. One of the things that we do go over with our admin team is go over, in our home liaisons as well, is go over the reports to make sure that they can explain to parents the progress that their children have been making. And then sometimes parents don't understand the whole logistics of what the exam is about. They'll say, well, my child speaks English already, but it's taking that time to explain the oral component, the listening component, the speaking, the written language score, and the combination of how all that is connected and how we make that decision to reclassify them. So it's a team effort. I think the more we share this information in school site councils, in our DLACs, and our ELACs, the more awareness we bring to our community and our culture here at Cabrillo Unified School District. And these are the goals that I'm working with our site principals. I try to immerse myself and meet with them at least once a month, and we look at their SIPSA, their school plan for achievement, and we try to embed some of these goals into the work that they're doing. It's important to try to tie the district work with the site work and also with the classroom work. I think that's the key to success, is collaboration and us moving together like a team. And these goals that we have is part of the EL master plan that we've been also sharing with our new staff. Actually, we had an opportunity to share some of it today with our new teachers that were onboarded to Cabrillo Unified School District, and we intend to do more work. But it's important to keep these documents alive and ensure that everybody understands that this is an opportunity for us to make meaningful activities in the classroom to ensure that we have designated ELD, integrated ELD, a distinction that most educators know about, but it does require a little bit extra planning. But we do have to be intentional and ensure that the students have a voice in regards to how they're learning. Any questions?
Thank you. You're doing a great job, so thank you. And I am also glad to see you, because I know it was so much for Leticia, even though her heart was in it. It's just impossible for her. Well, no, it's not impossible. She did it, but we don't want to lose her sooner than later, so we want to keep you. Yeah, we just want to keep you happy and keep you a little bit longer. So thank you for all the work, and thank you for doing all of this. It's very meaningful, and it's baby steps, but you're definitely doing the right thing and going the right direction. It's and it's so important to have these children reclassified, and the earlier the better. It's always heartbreaking to hear that we have high school students who have been in our district since kindergarten and are still not reclassified. That's a tragedy in itself. Like I said, the earlier the better. I, as a parent, didn't realize, it does affect them in some way, because they don't get to participate in the extracurricular classes, which a lot of the time it's the arts and the music and all that great stuff that, sometimes gives them a purpose to come, and it's not graded, and they don't feel pressure, and they feel like they can express themselves, and that's so important for them. So thank you for all the work I do have a question. Um, well, I'll ask my question first. For the RFEP, I know it's about 3, I think Leticia said now it's 4 years. But for the RFEP, I was wondering, is there what is done to the kids once they are RFEP'd? Because, it's great that they're reclassified, but then it's very alarming when we see the dashboard and those numbers of performance. So it's great to see the reclassification, but that's also ongoing as well. What is done to monitor the RFEP?
So we do have a practice where we have to monitor, and we actually had 3 meetings last year with our teachers on special assignment, and we were trying to identify better ways to ensure that we monitor those students that are reclassified to make sure that they're successful. And some of the things that we brainstormed and came about is making sure that everybody completes and fills out the forms. We have progress monitoring forms in our district that we have to make sure that everybody is completing them. Once they get reclassified, we have to do the work and the due diligence to meet with the kids, set goals, short-term and long-term goals, and make sure they don't fall through the cracks again. And I think it's an area of growth, and it's an opportunity for us to continue to ensure that those students are continuing to progress once they're reclassified.
That's great to hear, because that always concerns me, not only as a parent, but also as a board member, to know that, we're doing a great job and we're reclassifying them, but then what, and even though that they are reclassified, we do see the dashboard and we see the performance with English and math in particular, and those are very alarming results. And so just to know that, for the English part, with the reclassification and then the RFEP follow through, that's important, because I always wondered, as a parent, I always wondered, because my daughter has recently reclassified as well, and I always wondered, like, how do they know? Is it because she didn't fail English? Like, I just wondered how it was measured that she was, like, on track, and I think it's also super important that even though you do the goals, it makes sense, you do these goals with the students, but you need to have the parents involved, because sometimes a lot of these parents just said, oh, they reclassified, and they don't understand that it's a major step, but there's a lot. It's continuous work.
Yes, I agree, and I think that's the area where we talked about integrated and designated ELD. So when we're talking about the integrated ELD, those are just good practices. Those are not just for English learners, but the more we train our teaching staff about implementing those in science and history and language arts, I think that's an opportunity to not just continue supporting our English learners, but also our students with special needs. And that's a great opportunity for us, for Leticia and I, to continue collaborating and bringing professional development that's equipped and geared to continue supporting the students. Even though they're not an ELD, they still should be getting those good teaching instruction skills.
And thank you, Leticia, and thank you for the curriculum, the broad curriculum throughout the elementaries, which we didn't have. So thank you, and that covers, the curriculum covers what you just spoke about. So thank you for all that great work. I mean, it's major, honestly, as an ELD, parent, and knowing that most of the Latino community, struggles with this. Thank you so much. And then I do have a request. I'd like to request to be invited to all the possible reclassification ceremonies, if possible.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because even though I'm not, my daughter has reclassified, it's just always a joy to just be there and just see the families and just see the parents there. So if you guys can remember to invite me, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
We can make that happen.
I think you answered the question I had jotted down on slide 6, for those that had scored an overall level 4. For the elementary, is that more the fifth grade or?
It varies student by student.
Okay.
I've seen students reclassify in third grade, second grade. It all depends on the student's language ability. But the majority of the times when I was principal, it was in third grade, third and fourth grade, that I saw the biggest number of reclassification.
I appreciated that, like this overall score report, the example, that the fact that you see grade 3, 4, and 5, or whatever grade, so it's bracketed and you see the growth. That's one of the things that sometimes when we look at overall data, we'll see like third grade, but we also know that it's a different group of kids that's in third grade every year. So being able to track cohorts, I think is valuable. And if that kind of information is getting to parents, I think that's helpful. Regarding the percentage of students reclassifying, not gonna lie, I thought it was kind of cool that CUSD was about 4% higher than the county, but I'm wondering are we happy with that percentage? Or, yeah, because every year there's gonna be new kids coming into school that are English language learners. How do we compare to either other districts with similar characteristics or demographics?
There was a slide that Israel included. Well, we're outperforming the county average by 2%, I think it was, right?
Yeah, yes.
And so, at least in San Mateo County, and I think I did glance at the overall, we glanced at the overall state average. We're slightly higher than the county and the state average.
I just wondered if, my wonderment was, do you have like an ideal goal or just continuous improvement?
Well, it's very hard, and Israel and I have these like very philosophical conversations. We're never going to get to 100% reclassified in 1 year, ever, because language acquisition takes anywhere from 5 to 7 years. And yes, we might have some outliers. I actually reclassified a kindergartner one day that when I was a principal and the child was performing at level 4, like received almost a perfect score. And so it's very hard to quantify, but typically the average years, it'll take 5 to 7 years to fully acquire a language. And now that we're adding an additional grade in public schools, the TK, transitional kinder, now we're going to probably see a year shift down over the reclassification. So that all is changing, so we'll not be able to really track it until we fully integrate the TK in 2025. But I guess if we have to quantify it, levels, so performance are level 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I think actually I was part of the California Department of Ed committee, in 2012, when we rewrote the ELD standards. I was just honored to be a part of like this just big think tank of educators across California and West Ed, and we specifically asked for the collapse 5 levels to 4, so it could be 25%, 25%, 25%, 25%. So on average, it would, if you get, and again, it's not perfect math, but we would estimate 25% of students to be reclassified in a given year between the year 5 and 7 of when they started full instruction in English. And it varies, right? Because we have newcomers. I can go a little bit on and on, but I think I'm going to pause here.
Well, I will say that I have asked Leticia and Israel to think about coming back mid-year to talk more about the professional development they will be doing with teachers so that we have intentional, designated, and integrated language development methodology and pedagogy. So that will be coming, and as part of our strategic plan and our priorities, and as the equity audit exposed, I shouldn't say exposed, it sounds so salacious, as it revealed, as it demonstrated, this is an area for us that we think is a prime mover for equity and for just continuous improvement of the system as a whole. So there will be more to talk about this, because I know that I've heard from board members in the past talk about, well, what are these best practices? So that will be coming later, but this was just going to give an overview of performance data today.
The data that I would like to track, though, is the long-time English learners. I think that's what's alarming when you have 11th graders, 12th graders that are still scoring at a LPAC level 2 or 3. So I think we're doing significantly well with the RFEPing, but I think with the long-time English learners, that's where we really have to focus and identify those students and make sure that they have the appropriate support to learn the language.
I was going to mention that as well, Israel, in a comment to Leticia's point about your work helping to dive deep. And again, this relates to my comment earlier about how sometimes it's easy to say, we know English learners aren't doing well, why do we keep talking about it, right? It's again, getting from the what and the high level numbers. Even when you come to present to us, you only have so much time, you have to present as high level numbers. And for example, the slide that Kim was looking at, they can say, well, great, we're doing better than the county average. Maybe that's good, maybe it's not, right? So we have to kind of dive in and understand what is the county, what is the population the county is servicing. For example, I can imagine, and this is just my hypothesis, that working with a cohort of students that is speaking several different languages would be extremely challenging from a cultural perspective and a linguistic perspective, as opposed to, for example, an advantage you might say that we have is many of our students are Spanish speaking. Right, or you're dealing with Tagalog, Cantonese, Mandarin, Spanish, and a bunch of other things. I would imagine maybe that's a little bit harder, but I don't know. But that's the kind of work that when you're diving deeper and you're seeing, you're also looking at the numbers, because that's what stuck out at me too, about not only just the scores and the tests, but you're looking at the numbers of English language learners at the different levels. And when you see 68 kids at the high school, at the Half Moon Bay High School, that are English learners, then you look back and say, who are these kids? What about these kids has led them down this path in terms of are they, a lot of different factors. Do they have special educational needs, right? Did they, what was their experience? What is about their world that has kept them there? Are they newer immigrants? I know we don't have a lot, but I'm sure some of them are. So I think those are really interesting questions I appreciate that you mentioned that one example of seeing the long term, because that's definitely a flag. So I definitely appreciate that. And I was curious too, because a lot of this framework is established and set by the state, as you referred to, Leticia, by California Department of Education. And I have to say it's because some of it seems a little bit artificial to me sometimes. And I'm curious if you can just clarify, even the definition of English language learner is set by the state, correct?
So when students are enrolled in kindergarten, parents are given an opportunity to designate the language that is spoken at home. And if it's English on all the 4 or 5 questions they have, then it's an English-only student. But in one of the items, if somebody in the house, even if it's not the child, speaks another language besides English, right away that student is flagged in our record as an English learner. And that's why we give the initial assessment, so they do have the opportunity to score high enough where they might not be an English learner. So there are some kindergartens that are initially fluent English proficient who family member or somebody in the home speaks another language besides English. But once they are identified as having that in the home language, then we have to assess them.
Okay, so because I thought, did it used to be that if they speak a language other than English more than half the time? Was that an old definition?
That was our Cabrillo definition, and we went back and we really modeled the chart that Israel shared regarding the reclassification, and model that to what our large districts use: LA Unified, Sacramento Unified, Oakland. And so we changed the reclassification requirements, and we changed those to ensure that, one, there's certain things we can't change, like making sure that a child has to receive a 4 in order to, that's the first
An LPAC.
indicator.
And that's
in the
state
LPAC.
mandated.
That's
Yeah,
state
yeah, and then
mandated.
I know there's other local
Everything
indicators,
else,
yeah.
it's locally
For
defined.
reclassification.
And we try to push instead of pull. We're trying to reclassify because we know that we have 4 years, as Israel mentioned, and there was a question Trustee Cortez had asked. We're required to monitor for 4 years. But sometimes that social emotional, if a child received a 4, they received a 4. And yes, I hope that.
Yeah, and so are we able, do we have latitude in defining English learner at the kindergarten stage how we wish? So
So for kinder, okay, let me explain
Yeah.
for kinder. So like Israel mentioned, a parent in the registration process has, there are 4 questions around language, beginning with, do your parents speak to, does your child speak another language? Does your parent speak to you in another, does a caretaker speak in another language? Or has this child been spoken to another language for some time in their life, before entering? And if the answer is yes, and that's what we did change, because before I think there was one question at Cabrillo that didn't make a child, didn't allow us to test a child. So then we test a student using the initial LPAC, and there are 2 pathways. That test will define pathway A or B. Pathway A, they become an English learner, and then they have to take the summative. Or it's pathway B, and that's what Israel mentioned, is the IFEP, the initial fluent English proficient. And that's basically an English-only student, but therefore our students are forever tagged IFEP because they're students who have demonstrated proficiency as an English learner from the beginning of when they just received this test. And so they're not the English learner route. They're an IFEP route, but it's synonym and equal to EO.
Yeah, got it. That makes sense. And so are we now casting a wider net for catching more students with this methodology? Like, it sounds to me like it's broader than the student speaks more, like 50% of the time, different language.
I think when we, and Israel wasn't here, I'm sorry, I'm overstepping. You weren't here when we made this change. Not significant.
Okay.
Maybe just
So
a
we're getting the same
handful.
numbers.
Most of our English learners, and this is what Lisa was saying earlier, they come from parents who speak Spanish, and if a parent speaks Spanish, that's 95%, I would say. 95% of the students will check that box. And by adding, is that what you were asking? By adding that question of, at some point, some caretakers spoke a language. However, with that, yes, so a parent has, so let's say we might have a parent who maybe misunderstood the question from, regardless of their background, of if they're Spanish speakers or any other language, a parent has the opportunity to change that selection anytime before the summative on February, but after February 1st, we will need to assess and the child will need to test
That
out.
makes sense. Yeah, it does seem broader to me, so it's interesting that you didn't get a jump in students from one year to the other when you changed it. And it's also, I'm interested to know, like, your sense, because one concern I've heard before about the framework is the fact that it's only students that do speak another language at home, which in many regards could be regarded as an asset. I mean, especially if they're speaking multiple languages at home. So do you feel, is this really a test of language, specific English language, or is this a test of literacy? Because if a student's having literacy issues, are they getting flagged because of English language, or is it more just broadly literacy? If that makes sense.
It's language. The test is strictly focused on
English
language. Yes.
So, and Martha Ladd, I just want to also give a shout out both to Israel and Martha, because we have a very strong team, and Martha has been able to look at the SST process of the student study team, where we have a flag, a concern, whether it's social, emotional, or academic, And there are, and in this process, and also through the IEP process, she has inserted specific language that will ensure that that we're allowing the 5 to 7 years of language acquisition before we categorize a child as a student with disabilities. And so by third grade, we will be able to see that gap because we'll have enough students to compare as, English learner counterparts that came in kindergarten. If we start seeing that gap, that's when we will start looking at possibly giving assessments for IEP services.
And we're screening, I guess, in kindergarten for dyslexia.
Kinder
Anyway,
first,
right?
second,
So
yes.
If it's dyslexia, you're gonna catch it.
Yes, we'll catch it in
Because
kinder.
I do worry, like, are we catching students, are we getting false positives, if you will, with students that don't have a strong level of literacy in general, but I guess then it helps to get the support. Does that make sense? Like if they haven't had a lot of exposure to books or reading, and we're testing their English language, is it the English language or is it language overall? I guess it's hard to really tease out. And regardless, and the extra English language support they're getting is gonna be helpful, I guess.
Yeah, yes,
Yeah.
yes. The LPAC is designed to measure language of a second language learner, like the language acquisition of a second language learner. So the benchmarks and it tests ELD, English language development.
Yeah.
It doesn't test ELA, English language
Arts.
arts. Sorry,
Yeah.
English language arts. That's what CASP does. CASP
Yeah.
tests English language arts. LPAC tests English language development. The growth that any child learning a second language naturally would have.
Okay, that's helpful to know. It's like more around, like it's specifically designed for students assessing their language as their second language. Their development in their second language, not in their first language. That's helpful. And so what does this test, I'm just curious, sorry, because I haven't been through the test, but like what does it look like for a kindergartner that may or may not be able to read and write well when they come into kindergarten?
It'll have questions like point to the girl.
Oh, okay,
Show-
so be verbal.
Yeah, it'll be verbal, but they still have to identify.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, cool.
On the other end of the spectrum, for the high school kids that you worry about that haven't reclassified, have you seen any common, it's listening, speaking, reading, writing. Is it in any one of those categories that is troublesome?
Usually the writing is the harder one to develop, and I've seen some trends in the high school where it's the writing component, and I think we need to ensure that they're practicing the writing on an ongoing basis in all subject matter, not just in ELA, but also like in science and history, just those writing components and that intentional structure of developing the writing, having rubrics for the students and ensuring that they know what the expectation is ahead of time. But yeah, it's the writing definitely.
Thank you. Is there any further questions? We'll move on.
Point of privilege, if I may, staff would like to recommend that we move items G and H ahead of items D, E, and F because of the hour. It is 8:20, and we have our guests here from Core West and our architects, and we would like to get them up in front, and that way staff are going to be here anyway. So we would entertain a motion and a second and a vote to move items G and H in front of items D, E, and F.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, great. And Kimberly kindly suggested, we usually try to take a quick bio break earlier in the evening. So let's do that. I'm sorry, we're gonna we'll stick one 10 minutes or 15 minutes. I know we might need a little extra time for mobility. So let's make it 15 minutes to allow for mobility. And sorry, just wait a little bit longer, and then we'll reconvene. That's okay. 10 minutes is okay? 10 minutes okay? right, so let's,
I need a motion and a second, please. Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, and I need a vote. Thank you.
aye. All right, thank you. We'll be back in 10 minutes, so that'll be not 8:33. ready for the quick break. And Jesus, take it away. We are in item, just to recap, we are in item 5G.
5G.
And we will come back to the previous items because of the agenda change. Sorry, go ahead.
We're bringing to the board in item 5G the GMP2. GMP2 we brought to you back in May of 11, at the May board meeting. We brought to you something that is going to be getting us into a contract with some of our modernization actors. So we're going to be telling the story of the Fairlawn View, or the Fairlawn View modernization. So I wanted to start by reminding the board, how do we modernize schools? We modernize schools either with state dollars or with local dollars. The state, we're not receiving state dollars. The modernizations that we're conducting are being carried out with bond dollars. So it is the bond program, the Cabrillo bond program, that is going to be paying for the modernization. During the presentation, I'll bring back to you the measure S and the measure M and how much money we got from each and every one of them. Well, we started the modernization process of Fairlawn View by getting first the bond program, the bond dollars that we had, and then with that, the board hired an architect. And I would want to say that Studio W, Brian, represents that architect. They worked with the site on the design on what that modernization was going to look like. So that is what first the board approved. An architect team that worked with the site with the modernization of Fairlawn View. On November of 22, Brian came to the board and put before the board the project as it was going to be, the concept as it was conceived. And then we then hired a contractor, and the board hired Core folks as the contractors for the project. We also then have Roger. Roger is our construction manager and the bond project manager. So those are the actors of the modernization of Fairlawn View. Now, because of DSA, and Brian is going to be telling the story of DSA, DSA, the Division of State Architect, is the authority for any authorizations of modernization and construction. We had already engaged all of the design and do have the contractors, but we needed, all of the DSA process was not yet authorized. We came to the board and asked for GMP2, the guaranteed maximum price, for part of what would be the pre-construction that constituted the GMP1 that the board approved. Now, typically, there is only one GMP, one guaranteed maximum price, but because of DSA delays and the fact that we could go ahead and get started with a modernization, with a pre-construction, that GMP1 that was already approved now is complemented with a GMP2. Now we have the full cost of the full project, the full modernization project. So that is what GMP1 was, to get started and get the construction going, the pre-construction, while we were waiting for the DSA. And now we're bringing the GMP2, which is the full contract. So you have in your packet the what was the exhibit C, the exhibit C, that now is superseded by exhibit 1 in the full packet. So what this is authorization from the board. This item is authorization from the board and approval of the GMP2 and the amendment of that it's necessary to make it all one item now. So it will be, that's what's coming for the board for approval, but I will let our friends here to tell you the DSA. Brian is going to be talking to you about the process and the DSA status.
Thank you, Jesus. I'm Brian Whitmore, President and CEO of Studio W Architects, and glad to be here this evening. So just to give a little bit more clarity to the process, as Jesus mentioned, we got started about a year and a half ago through the design process, worked with the site to develop the modernization program that we're looking to have constructed here. And we actually submitted to DSA back in, I want to say, November, perhaps December of last year, which was critical because we actually saw code change occur at the end of last year. And had we not submitted prior to the end of the year, we would have actually incurred more cost because of the fact that part of the code change mandated a solar battery backup and an EV charging requirement now for schools. So all modernization and new construction projects, 10% of the energy that they use must be offset with solar. And then larger projects require the battery backup. And then any modernization or new construction of parking lots that include things like lighting and other electrical devices have to have EV charging. So we wanted to make sure that we save the district those costs and get into DSA prior to that. However, many other districts and many other architects also were on that. And as a matter of fact, I saw a presentation earlier today by our state architect that showed a graph that we had a spike in projects in December of last year as a result. And so DSA, in particular DSA Oakland, who you deal with, had to work through that. So it took DSA a lot longer than we anticipated this first half of the year to get through that review. We are actually still in DSA review. We're doing what we call back check right now. We anticipate to have the final DSA approval in the next 2 weeks. But as we approach this summer, we did not want to lose the summer construction window. So what we had come up with after the time that CORE was brought on through the lease-leaseback procurement process was to look at the idea of saying, could we get them started so that we could save some of that time and essentially fast-track the project? Do some of the work that's not mandated by DSA this summer, so that allowed us to get the DSA approval so that we could move forward toward the tail end of this summer. And so GMP1, as Jesus mentioned, was really just the demo and a lot of the site preparation that allowed us to get ready for the heavy lifting of construction, and that's been occurring now over the last month and a half, 2 months or so. So now we're ready for the second part, or the balance of the work, that is GMP2, which would be to, of course, complete these projects. Fairlawn View is very complex. We're modernizing 2 buildings, Building A and Building B, and we're doing that in series because we want to make sure that we don't have to incur the cost of interim housing. So the students are staying on campus, of course. They're going to be moving back into Building C and what we call Building D, some of the portables. Once Building A is completed, they move into that building, and then the work goes on into Building B. So it's actually going to be a 2-year construction process. This first year will be a focus on Building A, and then the following year Building B, with the intent that the first building will be open for the start of school a year from now, and then the year 2025, we would be completely done with all of the improvements. So it's a very long, it's a very complex process. One of the things that we looked at, I think originally, if you recall, was sort of our budget was around 20 million, 18 to 20 million, somewhere in that ballpark. We've seen obviously considerable construction escalation since that time frame. Literally every day, every month that goes by, we still see escalation. Probably not what we saw 2 or 3 years ago during the pandemic. We saw some really considerable construction escalation happen in all markets, not just education. We're seeing that slow a little bit, but we are still seeing a positive escalation. We're still telling clients to hold anywhere between about 6 to 7% per year on escalation, where we probably saw something like 10 or 13% per year, during that 20, 21, 22 period. So part of that is embodied in this. What we're looking to have you approve, in addition to that $3 million that was originally done, is about $20 million additionally. But keep in mind, we have almost $2.5 million in contingency built into these guaranteed maximum prices. We have some contingency for the GMP number 1, some of which will probably come back to the district and go back into GMP 2. And then we have a considerable amount in GMP 2. We are anticipating that some of it will come back. We keep contingencies in there for unforeseen conditions, things that might happen as a result of that process. But we're making sure that, of course, anything that is not unforeseen, that's dollars that come back to you and theoretically go back into the bond program for the other projects that balance the work. We have done a lot of work in what we call value engineering. So initially, when we saw some of the pricing come back from the subcontractors, it was a very competitive process. We had multiple subcontractors in each trade actually bid out each component of the project. But we did see some things in there that we felt like, okay, can we actually reduce some of these? And so this GMP number 2 includes about $1.6 million in things that we actually value engineered out. And one of those things I think is in the next presentation. It shows the shade structure in between the two buildings there at Fairlawn View. We actually reduced the size of that, brought it down in scale, reduced some of the materials, for example. So those are some of the things that we've done. There's a little bit of scope creep from the original design till now. We added a power generator to the site because that was something that was considered, I think, along the way that we had not originally anticipated, but we wanted to add, or rather the site wanted to add. There certainly isn't anything here that's, I will say, superfluous. This is a very nuts and bolts sort of modernization. We're really just trying to put as much as we can into making these classrooms and this administration and multipurpose spaces as useful and as modern as they can be. So looking at things like, obviously, our lighting, our acoustics, the natural light, the thermal comfort, all of the things that we would think about as hallmarks of those learning environments. And then trying to give it the project some identity, bringing color, bringing finishes, bringing other things that students can be proud of in the future. And actually, I think when you look at this project, I know by comparison to some of the other things you did, I think it's a very strong value. What we're doing to be able to modernize an entire campus around that $23 million mark, we're doing a considerable amount of work, and of course, hence the reason it takes a couple of years to get through it in construction. I'm going to hand over to Matt Wade from Core Construction, and Matt can maybe go in a little bit more detail about guaranteed maximum price, but certainly I'll answer any questions.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for having me back again. And Brian pretty much stole all my thunder, I think, with everything. But, I do want to compliment the district on the delivery system of lease back. It's a collaborative system that really creates a team atmosphere with a number of people that are striving to the same goal and to the same success. And that's maximizing the district's dollars, the public dollars, but also bringing in, a wonderful product at the end of the day that is longevity of the project and really goes back to the teachers and the faculty and the kids. When I was up here back in June, I explained the process a little bit about how we were breaking apart the increments, and it really was driven because of DSA and the process that goes through, the lengthy process. So we were trying to maximize the schedule, and definitely take the opportunity this summer to safe off the site, start some of the demo and abatement work, and really maximize, our overall schedule with some start of construction that DSA didn't worry about really. And we were able to do that. We're doing that today. Brandon Whipple is our project manager back there. I think last time I brought Bill, the builder, our superintendent. And so those are your leaders on site that's protecting the school today and building your project. But with that said, we broke out the GMP 1 early. We now have a GMP 2. It went through a very lengthy process getting to the GMP 2 because we wanted to make sure that we were giving the district every single benefit we could, from looking at the depth of bidding players in each bid category, meaning how many subcontractors were bidding our project in a rural area. Sometimes it's challenging. We got a lot of depth in our bidding packages, between 3 to 5 bidders in each package, which is really good and creates a pretty competitive environment. We do have a few locals here that were low and competitive that we'll be using, so that really gives back back to the community, is using those local trade partners. So that was important for us, and I know it was important for you. We rebid a few packages because we saw the escalations come in really high, so we rebid it out and got some more attraction to those packages to try to maximize those dollars in each one of those budgets. And at the end of the day, we had a GMP that we felt that we vetted out really, really thorough with all of our trade partners, and overturned all the rocks and stones to vet out the schedule to make sure we had a realistic schedule that we can deliver this project on time and within the budget that we're presenting tonight. We did look at efficiencies as well. Our team worked really closely with Roger and Brian's team at Studio W and looked at value engineering items. And you'll see in your packet that we do have a value engineering log. We looked at items that hopefully wouldn't eliminate program or priorities that were really important. We looked at kind of the low-hanging fruit. That was maybe some of the things that just made a lot more sense. Alternate materials, things like that still performed the same, gave the same level of quality, but it was just an alternate product that was more competitive. We did look at other things to reduce it, like we talked about the shade structure. The shade structure had two elements. One, DSA came back and said, if you're going to have this big shade structure, you're going to have to fire sprinkler everything underneath that shade structure. That would induce more cost in the project. So we worked with Studio W's team. They looked at a shade structure that can bring it in a little bit smaller and eliminate that fire sprinkler scope of work that DSA was requiring us to have. It also increased the scope of the cost of the shade structure itself, which was pretty significant. So you're going to see some of those things in those value engineering items, and we have a roadmap that we really looked at really closely to get back to where we were when I presented in June of that budget that we were trying to, that target budget that we were trying to hit. And we're really close. In fact, the last time I presented, we didn't have an owner contingency built into that budget, and we felt that based on the nature of the project, we have a couple years. It was in our best interest, in the district's best interest, to have an owner contingency for any unforeseens that we might uncover during a modernization of this nature. So that's about the difference of what we were over based on the last time I reported on the overall target budget. So with our value engineering roadmap that we're striving to and those goals, based on the contingencies we had, I think we're really close on meeting the budget and the expectations for your project. So with that, open up with any questions.
So what we have right now, it's a team that is working to make sure that we get the best for the dollar. They hear me often say effective, efficient, economic, and aesthetic. So that is our motto here. That's what we are trying to work, and it is a team. There is another member of the team that you approved in the consent. It is the inspector of record that will be working with this team to make sure that that happens within what needs to happen. So any questions from the board?
I don't have a question. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all the work. It's so important to get the best value for every single dollar, and at the same time, just demonstrate the community that voted for this bond to continue to have faith in the district. That if we ever are going to renew another bond or anything, just show what we're doing with their money. So thank you so much, and can't wait. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well. Just thank you for navigating the complexities of the process with DSA and kind of working around that as much as you could to not delay the project too much. So as Lizette said, balancing, really getting the best value for every dollar. I think that's really important to get our students and our staff the best product at the end of the day, and also to just continue to have more and more trust from our community that like we're doing the best that we can with the resources that we have. So that was kind of the first thing. Second question was like, so overall, can you remind us like where this project was scoped out in terms of like the total cost? You said 23 million. That was like the last number that we approved, and it's about the same now?
It's about
between the
this.
two, GMP 1 with the amendment and 2?
It's about the same, at 23 million.
So it's about the same. Okay, that makes sense. That's why I kind of thought. I didn't see it being different, but I just wanted to confirm.
We were aiming at 19 million a year and a half ago.
Yeah. But with the 6-7% increase just in the materials,
Yes.
I know you had some accommodation for that in the initial project, but like you said, 4 months delay even with DSA means you get 2% increase in the materials, right? That's like a third of a year. So that it adds up pretty quickly. Okay, so my next question was, so you said you're working on building A this year and building B next year, and I haven't been up there in a while. Is building A closed now? So it's
Building
closed?
A is closed,
Okay.
and they are already in working.
Okay, so it's
Building
closed
A.
off. And are all those functions happening?
Building
Portable?
D,
That's
building D, that has been refurbished
Yeah.
to accommodate the classrooms. It's a temporary classrooms. Roger have been out there making sure that the roofs are refurbished.
Okay, makes sense. That's not like kind of logistical questions.
Sorry to interrupt, but CORE has mobilized trailers. I don't know if that was made clear, but they've mobilized construction trailers on site, so they're
okay.
stationed out there, and
That's part of the pre-construction
Our-
also.
yes, and our team is out there on site just now that school's about ready to start to make
Yeah.
sure things are all safed off.
Okay, no, that makes, so it's basically demo and abatement, setting up for the construction, like everything that you can, so once we get the green light, you can go ahead. Okay. So I guess then, so you said 2 weeks while DFC approval, does that mean that like construction will be, so, but yeah, so when's construction starting? I guess it's a big question.
No, it has started. Our scope of work has started with the abatement and the demolition work. We've also done a little temporary work in building B to make sure admin was all set up and separated and organized for Amy and make sure she was good with everything. But no, we are definitely on track. Our schedule, has some time with this demo and abatement. So it works really well with our projection for DSA approval. We submitted actually Tuesday our back check. And then we have a 2-week back check process with them that's been explained to us. So by the end of the month, we should have approval, and that gives us probably about a 3-week buffer, right, Brandon? About a 3-week buffer until we start that DSA contract work. So yeah, we're rolling.
So start building like in September.
Yeah. I mean, it's time to start planning the groundbreaking ceremony here after school starts.
That's kind of what I was getting
So I
at.
know you're going to ask about that. So and it's been cool. I mean, summers are great because in the summers you have ribbon cuttings, you have groundbreakings, and now it's time to plan yours. And our team is definitely excited to help plan that and support a very special event for your school and your community.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. And I just wanted to reiterate that appreciation for the value engineering, to be intentional, to look at the cost savings. And I think that's really important for us in all of our projects. So thank you for setting such a good example.
It has been very encouraging to work with the team here where the brainstorming it's been very, very, very encouraging, and it has been a good process, dynamic.
Well, it's the principle of this school likes to say teamwork makes the dream work, so we learn from our peers too.
This is an action item, and we would entertain a motion, and you guys could vote. Sorry, I'm not trying to stifle conversation, but
No, we're done.
I should have said that
I actually
before.
forgot, so
No,
thank
I
you for
should
the
have said that
reminder.
before.
I kind of forgot, so thank you for the reminder.
No problem.
How about- Right.
No. Motion to approve. Second.
Thank you, Carmen. Thank you, Kimberly. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. This item passes 4-0.
And thank you for being here for all those other presentations. You get a little bit more of a feel for what's going to happen in the classrooms that you're building. So hopefully it wasn't all just, boring school stuff.
And thanks for supporting San Benito House for dinner if you went there, so.
The tacos were amazing.
They're
There you
amazing.
go.
I was there for lunch today.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you
Thank
so
you, guys.
much. Sorry for the delay. And now, President Lane, actually, we will continue. Your motion was to continue with H, and this is going to be a bond program update, and Dr. Contreras will lead
Okay,
that,
perfect.
probably with Roger.
And then we'll go back to 5D.
That's exactly right.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, makes sense.
Jesus, while you give the introduction, just give me a minute. I'm having a technical difficulty here. Just
Okay.
give me a minute to close your presentation.
Very good.
So while Rose is doing that, I was just going to reiterate, we're going to 5H, the CUSD bond program update, and then we'll move back to 5D, key performance indicators, 5E, and 5F. And then more future events, and then we're done.
This item is to bring the board updated to some of the projects that have been completed and what is what are the bond dollars doing in our schools. So it's one that remember that we have bond measure S dollars left that are part of our program right now, and measure M. Measure S was back in 2012 for $81 million that the taxpayers trusted us with, and Measure M was $99 million that taxpayers trusted us with in 2018. So we want to bring to you what are those dollars doing now. And Rosie, can you?
As I said at the beginning of the meeting, this is going to be sort of an overview of bond work of the last couple of years. It would not include, for example, the bond work at Hatch Elementary School or Cunha Intermediate. So I just want to make sure everybody's clear about that. But we didn't do a bond program update last year. So what Dr. Contreras and Roger and Ronaldo Vezaliza have come up with is a presentation basically on how the money's being used, as well as an explanation of what money is.
So they said in June of 2012, the Measure S, $81 million, which were for construction, improvement, furnishing, and the equipping of schools facilities. Then in 2018, Measure M, $99 million for the updating of classrooms, science lab, safety repairs, fixing leaky roofs, equipping classrooms with technology. They helped us a lot during the pandemic. We spent quite a bit of money from our bond replacing and repairing heating and plumbing, and that was very useful during the pandemic. Before we got all the dollars, we went to our bond to buy our first ventilation efforts for the pandemic. And the construction and equipment of classrooms, you can see, is repairs, and it is technology, and it is construction. So those dollars, now we are looking at what were those dollars, okay. Let me go back. We have a Fairlawn View that we were looking at $23 million that you just approved, and El Granada. But for El Granada, we have authorization from the board for what we call the phase one, which included the new building for $25.8 million, and then a modernization for about $20 million that has not come to the board for approval yet. We looked at other projects in the district for $7 million for the total of what we would have left of $77.2 million. Now, part of the hatch was out of Measure S, which is, and then some part of Measure M. And I will be bringing that to the board. It was approximately $40 million for that. This is a list of what I'll be showing in pictures. What other things have been happening? Half Moon Bay High School, the roofs were replaced. You see on the now how they look like. All of that was completed last summer. And this year, Roger is completing one of the roofs at the gym, which is brand new. So together, we get new roofs at the high school.
The one building is the K building, and that did not need a new roof, right? That's the one that, yeah.
So we are now the repaving of the parking lot at Half Moon Bay High School. It looks very neat now. It's the bad thing about that is that we don't remember how bad it looked before. We go there and say, "Oh, hasn't it always been this way?" But it's new. It's been repaved. We did something that added this lab, wet lab out there and worked on the whole ag farm. And that ag farm also needs a ribbon cutting ceremony because it's impressive how that was transformed. We started with a wet lab and it really did set up the space to serve our students in a very, very neat way. So we need to bring the board to do a ribbon cutting ceremony for that. Earlier you heard Rosalba saying, "Thank you for giving us a home." If you have been in the back of the hatch right now, those portables that served during the construction of the kindergarten complex have been transformed to serve as the early childhood, early learning complex. And I think that also needs to have a board moment because this were, the board decided to purchase those classrooms and supported us with creating, along with other grants that Leticia and Rosalba had worked on. So it's a multi-funded project that is now housing the early learning program. So you also have been in there. If you have been to Hatch, another one of the projects where you say, weren't this solar here all the time? They were not. So now they are there and they are getting ready to be connected to our grid. The library, the Hatch Library was, the roof was replaced, brand new roof, and looks very good. But if you don't see it, you don't notice it, but it is there. And these are bond dollars. The Cunha solar system was upgraded, and it is producing more electricity than it was before. The other one was years old, and this is a much better, and it'll give us into the next 15, 20 more years of this update. The Cunha parking lot and playground were refinished. We have the bond dollars working, and again, I kind of feel like, wasn't it like this always? Cunha, the ag farm That was a totally new place that was developed. It was in the further part of Cunha, and going out there, we have a teacher, a very passionate teacher, doing wonderful things.
Thank you,
with us.
Sonia Myers.
For that. It's a beautiful place. It's a great space for children. I was out there as we were doing some of the cleaning back there, and I saw some of our students going out there just running and breathing. And it was just a beautiful moment for me as an educator to see that space being used by our students. That was incredibly powerful to me, and I said, okay, maybe I'm just a crazy educator, but no, it was great to see children, to see those dollars working for our children as, in that space. Bond dollars. Now, the Cunha security fences and gates also, we're going back and are retrofitting some and making sure that the bond dollars are repairing all of the different fences. And we had some leaks at the library, Cunha, and it looks pretty neat now. Again, didn't it look like this all the time? No, it didn't. But that's why it's good to give you the before and after. So, now this 0.5 complex, this is something that Roger started building, and then as we get the DSA approval of that space that it is going to be housing our students for the building of the new classrooms, it's already looking pretty neat with the colors that the school will have once the program is finished. And Roger made sure that we had new carpet, new colored, new roofs. Everything was refurbished. Now again, we have all those classrooms.
I just want to say that really is a remarkable upgrade. Last January when we had all that rain, and I walked over to see Aaron O'Connor Brown and said, show me your leakiest building, and we went there, and it was really not good. So thank you so much for doing that, because it is a clean, well-lit space. I'm not worried about kids and teachers inside, and it looks way better. So thank you very much.
It looked pretty neat, and they're pretty solid now. So we also have at El Granada, we built in coordination with the county a path, a bike path, and the county came up to one side, and then we finished in that area. Again, it's now the bike path that makes sense for our students who bike to school. But where are we with our big projects? This is just to affirm that CORE is with us, our construction firm for Furlong View. Studio W is our architect, and we are finalizing, they told you, the DSA approvals, and getting the modernization of Building A, and already the schedule, which isn't what to just approve, to go through the Building B and the modernization of the multipurpose room. We were granted a CEQA permit. We have gone through the 35 waiting period, so it is granted now. At this site, no coastal development permit was required. Differently at El Granada, we have also followed the similar process. The construction firm is Rodan, and you approved a contract for them. The architects are QKA. We're expecting DSA approval. We got approval this week of the 0.5 complex, but we're still in need of getting the approval to finalize the approval of the new building. The construction of the new building of 7 classrooms and the modernization of the rest of the buildings are what's coming next. in here, we have a CEQA and coastal permits are in process. That is holding us. So we have two things holding us in there. The DSA approval, which is going through the same process, and the CEQA and coastal development permit. We are very grateful that we have people at the county being very receptive and helping us walk through this process. We're very grateful for that, but still, it will take time to move this. We have all the actors in place. We just need to make sure that we get.
I just, for the public, maybe for me too, as I understand it, Farallon View did not need that coastal development permit because of the distance from the coast, right? And so it is merely a matter of how it's feet or miles, or it's a mile and a half, or?
I don't think it's just a distance. I think it's a location, and there is a little bit more than just how far they are. Yeah, so we have a permit for Farallon View, for El Granada. We're going through the process. So this is the scope of Farallon View, the modernization, building A, building B, and the multipurpose room, the parking lot and its surroundings. Just reminding the board that building C is where the library is not going to be modernized. When Brian first came to you, it said like that would be another $13 million. That was a year and a half ago. So that's when the decision of the board was we will do these buildings only. This is I just wanted to include in here at Farallon View what is the new structure looking like. You can see that the original structure was going to be over the buildings. This is not going quite all the way to the buildings, but it still is a very remarkable structure that it can be done. That's part of what we said, the value engineering, that it's an active and dynamic process that we continue to go through. And yes, Kim. Okay, so, and then this is El Granada. This is what we have for El Granada. This is how we are looking at the 0.5 top right, then the new building, bottom building, U-shape like, B-like, and then the modernization, that would be the classrooms, the building K, the administration and classrooms in building A, and then with the library and some other classrooms. So this is the scope of the El Granada modernization. We have authority from the board to do the 0.5 complex and doing the new building. We will be bringing the concept for the modernization of the rest of the school, and we'll go through the same process. Just a reminder that the delivery method, we have already said this is an LLB, and the lease back that allows us to be collaboratively working with the teams so that we can get the best for the dollar. And I already mentioned the fact that we need to get through the CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act requirements, also from the DSA, of course, and then other agencies that sanction the construction of and modernization of buildings. And we'll always remember that the government board approves the projects, designs, and the cost, and that superintendent makes sure that we do what the board approves. And then we have a citizen oversight committee that I convene regularly that looks at how we are spending the bond dollars. So checks and balances, and then we also have an independent audit of all of the different bond dollars. So that's the administrative part of it and the checks and balances. Questions?
Thank you for the overview. I really appreciate it. The question I have actually circles back to a previous presentation too. For both the Fairlawn View and the El Granada sites, because the code has changed for DSA, are we saying that the parking lots, they do require upgrade and rework? What's the
What they were
right now?
referring to is the solar. The new code requires that you have solar and you have because when we started, the code did not require it at that time. So we are going to be getting our places solar ready. We're going to be completing our projects, making them solar ready instead of having to do solar.
But I think the question too is about the parking lot, and I think Fairlawn View is very clear that as part of phase 1 or phase 2, the parking lot's included in that.
All parking lots are going to be.
I wasn't sure about that with El Granada, if the parking lot was part of phase 2.
Okay,
though.
and that was a question that we begged with the public, and I wonder if again, the difference between El Granada and Fairlawn View is that El Granada is within 1,000 feet of the beach. It is more complicated than that, but full disclosure, I live across the street from the parking lot. And so, when I see a new notional picture with new trees, I like, that's line of sight for the whales. And it's a view corridor for the neighborhood. So I am more sensitive to what the requirements are. What I see on the graphic, and again, I know it's not about the design review of El Granada, but it's when we say upgrades are required, what I see is striping in that picture. And so I'm just trying to understand what the DSA requirements are and what, it appears to be more rework on the Fairlawn View site.
But let me clarify, as I understand it, as what Jesus was saying before, the only thing the board has approved is phase 1 of El Granada. There is a penciled in item, $20 million for phase 2 for these other modernizations, but we have not brought that back to the board for approval. So if I'm not mistaken, staff will bring back plans about phase 2, and so that will come later.
That's later.
The architects are currently working on the design of what that's going to look like. This is a concept. The architects are working on that.
And that's
design.
where the value engineering,
Yes.
the rest of the campus
Yes.
versus a parking lot that right now is open and neighborhood friendly. So.
Yeah, and excuse me, this is Roger. The parking lot is they're actually reducing parking stalls by 9 stalls, but for the most part, the configuration is in the design currently stays the same.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I just wanted to first thank you because it's so helpful. You're doing so much, and we get like 1 million contracts every month to approve. So it's kind of like sometimes it's easy to get lost in the trees. So it's so nice to see the forest all in one picture. At least this is just the last couple of years, right? So I think it's really helpful to see, and it all does align to really like to the wording of the bonds, the bond measures themselves in terms of fixing leaky roofs. Like pretty much every school has gotten a new roof in the past couple of years. It's just kind of like the time. And so I'm really just grateful for that and for everything and all the, it's just like even simple things like the paving makes a big difference for the kids. Like you said, it's kind of a half joke, but I think it's true. Like we don't notice things after once they're nice. It's like, oh, you kind of forget how it was super shabby before that. But how it does make a difference in terms of just the safety and then even the fences here, right? That was, I know, a big disciplinary support when they can kind of wall off some of the pockets where students were getting in trouble. That's really helpful. And I think it's just wonderful. All this work makes a big difference for students, and even the fun stuff like the ag sci stuff, but with the high school in here, it's just enriching their learning where they have better spaces to learn. I think that's really great. You mentioned earlier too, and I was curious about the state funding. I know a couple of years ago, I think it was, we had looked into, or we're starting to look into, like, is there more opportunity to max out the opportunities of the state, or is, how's that going?
So we have for state funding, we are still with our consultants that are looking at, they have assessed and said we might be able to qualify for $12 million at that time, they're saying, based on what those portables that we had in there where the new building is going, it's potential dollars that could be state dollars someday, but we are still going for that. And so we have those, that potential that would be great that they would come as we are finishing this so that we could go and expand some of the other needs across the district.
Because I know I've heard concerns from some parents that the Half Moon Bay High School hasn't gotten a lot of repairs. But I think, like, when you look at the whole picture, like, it's just not a campus that required the overhaul, the more dramatic overhauls that the elementary schools did. And so it's been a little bit more piecemeal, and we'll always look to the future to see, are there more opportunities? But because of various reasons, including the age of that campus and the condition, which I know you assessed when you first came on as part of the facilities master planning, having the architects and engineers like tour all the campuses and systematically, not like me and Kim walking around saying, oh, this looks nice, this looks bad. Like, we're not experts, right? Hiring experts to do that kind of assessment around the infrastructure, things like HVAC and roofs that, like, most people just don't even see. So I think you've done a really good job targeting really the highest needs and value engineering as much as we can to get as much as we can for our dollars. So
this was an information item. Any other questions from the board?
No, yo nada más te quiero decir muchas gracias. Gracias por todo tu trabajo. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you.
She said thank you. You usually say it at the end, so I said it for you.
Thank you.
So with that, we will pop back up to item 5D, update on key performance indicators for achievement.
Let me introduce this real quickly. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming tonight. Dr. Bhatia will be presenting on key performance indicators for achievement. This is a project that we had heard from board members about how can we mark continuous improvement in the district. And I appreciate Dr. Bhatia's work over probably the past 6 months to refine this, and we think it aligns with the equity audit, certainly. You want me to get you the clicker changer? No. Let me do that. Right here. So I'll just finish. So I appreciate the work that has been put in together on these key performance indicators. Dr. Bhatia's put a lot of work into it. We've asked her, hey, that's too much, that's too wide. So I think this is narrow. I'll let her present. And then I promise my items will be short after this.
Good evening, President Lane, Governing Board, Dr. McFetridge, colleagues, and community member. I'm here today, as Dr. McFetridge said, to really present to you a draft version of basically what we see this as is not like the California dashboard, but a condensed version of the California dashboard. And oh, I did. Okay, here we go. Okay, and so it's, as I mentioned, it's a scaled down version of the California dashboard using 10 essential metrics across kindergarten and certain sample, most of the grades, not all of the grades, but kindergarten all the way through 12th grade. And we really had, as Dr. McFetrich said, 6 months of conversations between cabinet, leaders, really taking a look at different big district plans, such as the local control accountability plan, the work that we're currently engaging with our strategic plan, our equity plan audit, and we really are looking at these draft CUSD district goals. And you've heard our teams present to you these goals before. We added one new one. But one is the focus on equity, 2, academic improvement, sustainability, and we added the whole child. But the purpose of tonight's presentation is really to review those goals and what they generally mean in a visual. Also take a look at the 10 key performance indicators for academic achievement along with the metrics. Review the current baseline performance data, because eventually every year we would come back to you and bring you these 10 key performance indicators and demonstrate growth across multiple subgroups. And lastly, talk about some next steps as we move forward. I did want to point out that most of the key performance indicators, we're using 21-22 data as a baseline, and mainly because California Department of Ed and the California dashboard was not ready to present. They were, instead of using the gauge with the colors, they instead used a different metric because the data was still rolling in. I believe they're catching up slowly, but that is why we decided to use 21-22 data to begin as a benchmark. And we eventually, once they calibrated, will be bringing you that growth data to demonstrate growth on those 2 indicators. Another reason why we may not have certain subgroup data in some of the key performance indicators is the fact that, as everybody knows, we've transitioned to a new student information system, PowerSchool, and because of this, we're still rolling data into the system. So certain data pieces we have not been able to quickly access. But on those key performance indicators, I'll talk about what the subgroup data that we're hoping to include, and would love to get the input from this group. And again, the goal would be to really align the key performance indicators as metrics that will drive all of our different plans, single plans for student achievement at the sites, our LCAP, and definitely we really want to wait to see the final strategic plan and have that presentation from Inside Education. Look at the goals, look at how the equity audit results have driven the goals, and that is why we're saying draft, because we may hear new information from the strategic plan that might slightly shift some of the key performance indicators, but these are, I don't see them changing too much, but we may add a few more data pieces, metrics, and subgroups to take a look at that. And overall, in summary of the why we are choosing 10 KPIs, key performance indicators, is that we really need to take a look at why particular subgroups, underrepresented subgroups, have historically performed, had large disparities and performed not as their other counterparts. Counterparts from socioeconomically disadvantaged populations, white populations, RFIP students, like why do there continue to be this significant gap? And that is really the why behind the work that we are doing and the presentation tonight. Okay. And I did share with you verbally, but here's just a visual representation of the 4 goals that I shared. Focus on equity, and again, by equity, we mean equity in access of all students to really be able to demonstrate growth and reach not only social achievement, but academic improvement, which that leads to the second goal, academic improvement. And I did want to expand a little bit here, because how do we know if students are reaching proficiency and having growth? We need data. And I love data. I don't know, I know Sophia loves data. I know Sean, and many of us love data, but not all of us really can see how data can really support student growth. And by choosing and narrowing down the plethora of data from the California Dashboard, Data Quest, I mean, we can name so many, or local benchmark indicators. This is, these 10 key performance indicators can really just take like a sample of the performance of our students and really look at those particular subgroups of students that have historically not performed as well as their at grade level performing counterparts. And that is why we use data to measure academic improvement and achievement. And sustainability, I did hear Sean mention this, and it started off with, because we do see the globe, the green globe and the green arrows, it did start off as environmental sustainability, and that this was our goal. But by sustainability, and it's not represented here in this visual, but we also mean the sustainability of our staff, making sure that we are setting up systems and supports, and in making sure that our staff does stay here in our community. Sustainability, fiscal sustainability, Jesus just presented on the fiscal sustainability piece, and also sustainability of our facilities, which was also our presentation tonight. And lastly, and this is still we're still developing the whole child, but this is a 4th goal that many of you, all of you were a part of, where we had our Saturday special board meeting, where we're taking, we wanted to make sure that we add a 4th goal to include the social emotional and the whole child, social emotional and development of the child. And here we have these 3 visuals. The head represents the brain, right on the outside of the circle, represents the thinking of a child. The hands represent doing. I mean, we saw that tonight with our summer school. When students are doing and using their hands in project-based learning, it really incorporates the whole child, and of course the heart, the feeling, and the social emotional aspect of the child. Okay, and then on this slide, these are goals specific to my department, to our department, Educational Services. And we try to select 4 goals that encompass our district goals. And you saw tonight, Israel Castillo presented English language development. This is our big district goal this year. And good instruction is good instruction. And ELD, the strategies that later on we'll present to you that we are currently using and training our teachers and our principals to make sure that we continue to use strategies that will support language growth. Those strategies are good strategies, not only for English learners, but for everyone. So even though we are targeting English learners, we know that good strategies and good instruction will support the growth of our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, our special education students, and other subgroups that may not typically perform as well as at grade level students. And we are focusing on making sure that our district increases our visibility at the school sites through site visits, and taking a look at the integrated and designated piece of ELD. We did not present this to you today, but later on, probably with the LCAP, we can bring it back. There's a tool called an ELOPE tool, which really is that the state is going to mandate and start in 2024. So we're going to start piloting this to make sure it doesn't come to everyone as a surprise. But the state is really also, because low performance of ELs is not just here at Cabrillo. We see this across San Mateo County, we see this across the state. It's still not okay. And not like, what is it, misery likes company. It doesn't make me feel good to say that, okay, we're all just not performing at grade level, but we really are focusing on ELD and using this tool and piloting this tool with our principals and as we do the site visits, the Optel tool, to really take a look at how our EL students are, how are they learning, and how our strategies that we are sharing during our Super Fridays, are they really supporting our EL students? Okay, then I'm going to now move on to the implementation of adopted curriculum. This is also a goal for our educational services, and again, part of the site visits. We want to work with our principals to ensure our teachers have the supports to implement the fairly new curriculum that we've adopted, and the not so new curriculum, because at the end of the day, the adopted curriculum is standards-based. It's approved by the California Department of Ed, and we want to make sure that we set up those supports to have the curriculum be implemented as best as possible in the classroom. Now, we do know that there are a little bit of supplemental curriculum, but it should be 100% implemented. And as we take a look at maybe the supplemental curriculum, we can implement supplemental curriculum during the non-core time or during the visual arts and performing arts time of instruction or physical education. Okay, and then the last goal for educational service is improvement science. It's Plan, Do, Study, Act, and it's really the cycle of inquiry. And I always say when I'm aging myself because I got my doctorate more than, I think I'm getting close to it's a decade and a half ago. And so back then, we used, we didn't use a cycle of inquiry, we used gap analysis. But it really is the same thing, right? Gap analysis, cycle, to me, gap analysis, cycle of inquiry, PDSA, which comes from Carnegie Foundation, but all it is, it's a cycle of implementing, planning something, looking at data, planning something, implementing, and then determining what strategy we're going to use or what item we're going to implement, doing it, and studying the data. Did this strategy really work or not? And then acting on it. If it worked, wonderful. Let's continue. Let's replicate it. It's like what we were saying tonight. If some of the strategies in summer school are working, how do we replicate that? How do we replicate that in other settings? But if it's not working, then let's go back and start the cycle again. And we continue to narrow down those strategies until we get something that works. And I do want to say that San Mateo County Office of Education and their Educational Services Department has been instrumental in supporting our teams in understanding and implementing the Plan, Do, Study Act, and we'll continue to do that to work with our San Mateo County Office of Ed teams in working with sites to implement this, the improvement science. Okay. And I know that the board and the team here have already seen this, but I did want to share with the community our current draft of our revised vision and mission. Our vision, a place where all children dream and achieve. This is both the vision and mission are shorter. That's what the feedback from our multiple educational partners really wanted to make sure that the vision and mission were shorter so that people can have an easier time remembering and understanding the key words. The mission, we provide meaningful, safe, and welcoming places for students to prepare for college, career, and life. We empower everyone in their learning journeys from early childhood through adulthood. And, okay, so here we have a quick overview of the key performance indicators. And as you can see, not all grade levels are represented, but we start with transitional kinder and kindergarten readiness with a Brigance Early Literacy Screener Assessment. And as you heard, our Los Listos preschool, they also have, it's a great alignment. They also use the Brigance for our 3 and 4-year-olds, and they provide it twice a year. And I did add in the slide, we can't see it, it's cutting off at the bottom, but I'll verbally share. There's a DIBELS 8 assessment. Part of being a big lift district with the County Office of Education and different organizations that continue to fund our big lift program that includes summer school, but also English language arts and literacy supports throughout the year. We are starting the DIBELS 8 assessment that will act as the dyslexia screener, and we'll be giving the DIBELS 8 a literacy screener beginning in kindergarten all the way through 3rd grade. So we do want to pull some of this data during kindergarten and TK and K. Now we're going to move on to 3rd grade. The English language readiness assessment. Now this will include, and I maybe I'm not going to go through every single one, but most of the metrics that we are using are going to be found through the California dashboard. It'll be English language arts using the CASP, definitely the LPAC, the English language proficiency assessment for California, and also as well as reclassification rates. And the data sources here would be the SBAC, the LPAC, the CASP, California dashboard, and our Power School. And in 4th grade, we're looking at math, in 5th grade, science, 6th grade, again, math readiness, because we want to be able to compare the growth of how students are performing in the lower grades versus in middle school. 7th grade, English language readiness. In 9th grade, we definitely want to take a look at algebra readiness using 2 indicators or 2 metrics, algebra course enrollment as well as student grades. 10th grade, we're looking at student engagement, so we will be working with pupil services and personnel and staff from there, Bianca Forrester and James Barnes, to help us pull some of the expulsion data and suspension data and attendance. 11th grade, academic readiness, and 12th grade, our graduate student readiness, taking a look at A through G indicators and requirements, as well as graduation rates. Okay, now I won't go through every single data piece here, but I'll focus on the overall message of the data that was pulled for transitional kinder and kindergarten. And you also see a visual, and I try to think, well, green means go, that's where we want to go, and red means stop, take a look. So I was able to highlight green, which means our top performing, or our top percentages and where they fell depending on the subgroup, and red, and you're going to see this throughout the presentation, red means this is an area that we need to really stop and probably engage in a PDSA cycle. And so here, overall language development readiness was higher scoring, was the highest scoring actually among all categories for kinder readiness. So most of our students, all of the subgroups had a high performing kinder readiness. So, and socioeconomically disadvantaged English language learners, this particular Brigance calls English language learners English speakers, so I'm using the language from that assessment, not so high performing subgroup, while socioeconomically disadvantaged Spanish speakers were the lowest performing, while the socioeconomically advantaged were highest performing along with the English speakers. Make sure okay, on this slide, and unfortunately, well, we're going to see similar trends. I think most of the data that we'll present, you're going to see the similar trends, where we have overall our white subgroups outperforming our students with disabilities, our English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and Hispanic students. Here, we pulled data, third grade English language readiness. This is CASP third grade ELA scores. Okay, and here you are going to see third grade English language readiness, another metric. Here's our LPAC performance. And as we mentioned earlier, LPAC student performance levels have remained steady and have actually slightly increased from the previous year. Approximately 55% of our English learners are performing at level 3 and 4, and that's really where we want our ELs to be at. And during our interventions, we really try to focus on the level 3s to ensure that they're getting pushed to level 4s while still implementing strategies and best practices to support our level 1s and 2s. This is a third data point for third grade, which would be our reclassification of fluent English proficient. And so here we had 6 students who reclassified in 21-22. But again, we want to make sure that we're looking at that trend. And again, Ijel is really digging deep outside from this in taking a look at the long-term English learners. Because if we look at language acquisition, by third grade, we won't see too many students in third grade reclassify. We're going to see mainly in 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade. That's where we really want to see the bulk of our ELs who come into public school or come into school in kindergarten or transitional kindergarten. So this wouldn't include our newcomers. But this data seems average for our English learners, and we are going to see a low reclassification rate in third grade and below. Okay, and in mathematics, again, similar trends. Math readiness is actually the lowest scoring in most of our CASP assessments, lower than English language arts. And again, this matches the performance across San Mateo County as well as the state of California, and across all subgroups. All subgroups are low performing if we really are taking a look at those percentages. But when we're comparing the performance of our white subgroups or all of our students, here we see that our white subgroup is the highest scoring student subgroup, while our SPED, EL, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and Hispanic are lowest performing. Okay, and here is our science readiness. Similar trends through the California Science Test, also known as a CAST. Students with disabilities and English learners were our lowest performance subgroups. And although there was definitely a additional need for growth, we do see that in the CAST, socioeconomically disadvantaged students and Hispanic students were performing higher than our students with disabilities and our English learners. Again, here we have math, 6th grade, math readiness, similar trends. And again, although it's important to note, though, that although there is, again, definitely a need to grow, we see that Hispanic students and socioeconomically disadvantaged students are performing at standard nearly met, as compared to our English learners and students with disability who are performing, the largest percentage of 75-ish percentage are performing at standard not met. Okay, in 7th grade, again, similar trends here. And here most of our subgroups, but the subgroup that has the largest gap for 7th grade English language readiness are students with disabilities, or special education subgroup. And again, here you're going to see the same trends. We are using 3 data points. We're using LPAC, CASP, as well as reclassification. And now, the reason why we're using the same data points twice, because now you're going to see that there's a higher percentage in middle school. In seventh grade, we're classifying at 19.4%. And that, again, is like the 20% average when you're taking a look at that. And really, we're looking at that we're not that far behind of what we wish that 25% of students would be moving through those 4 levels of LPAC. Okay, and now the next 2 slides, this is what I had mentioned, that due to this new shift to our new SIS system, PowerSchool, this data is there, but it's in transition. So I do not have it ready for you, but I will bring it back. And we are looking at 2 data pieces, algebra course enrollment and student grades in algebra by subgroup. And by subgroup, I mean all of the subgroups, all students, English learners, Hispanic, Latinx, white, students with disabilities, and English learners. And we might, and now that I'm seeing, we might want to add, and again, that's why this is a draft, socioeconomically disadvantaged and socioeconomically advantaged to make that comparison. Okay, 10th grade. Similar, until we are able to pull that information from PowerSchool, this slide this data piece and this key performance indicator will include attendance data, suspension data, and expulsion data by the same subgroups that I had just mentioned. And then we have 11th grade, mathematics readiness. In 11th grade, in CASP, we only administer the CASP in 11th grade, so that's why we selected this grade. But again, here you see students with disabilities and English learners as the lowest performing. And again, it's different than English language arts, where you had most of all of the subgroups here performing low. In math, our socioeconomically disadvantaged and Hispanic Latinos may not be performing like all students or a white subgroup, but they're performing about 20% better than students with disabilities and English learners. So that's important to know that, yes, it's good to know, but again, math doesn't really use too much, it does use language, but not too much language compared to ELA. So I did want to point that out again. And then we have English language readiness. And again, similar trends with our lowest performing subgroups, students with disabilities and English learners as the lower performing. And then we also have the highest performing. We have our white subgroup at 31% and 35%. But I do want to point out that that's still low in comparison. You have a point?
Finish your point.
That's still low in comparison to white subgroups in across the state or in some of our districts. So although when we're comparing 2 subgroups, white subgroup and most likely socioeconomically disadvantaged is higher performing, it's still low, and we still have a lot of work to do with all of our subgroups of students.
Now I'll interrupt you, Dr. Bhatia. It is 9:59, and we would entertain a motion from the board and a second and a vote to go past the 10 p.m. curfew.
We need a time.
We still have more items, 10:45.
This sounds like we're playing poker. I'm going to be short.
It's just question for this item that will be, I don't know the moment.
Okay, 10:45 seems reasonable. I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Okay, passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie.
Dr. Bhatia, please.
Yes, yes, me. Okay. And for 11th grade, we would also like to add for physical education readiness and taking a look at our PFT scores as well as PE grades by the subgroups as defined earlier. The next slide is taking a look at 12th grade graduate student readiness. And again, right now we had this data available because, because we pulled it for the LCAP. But as we move on to the future, we do want to add additional subgroups to compare CUSD graduation rate versus A through G completion rate. And as you can see, we do have a significant gap between when we're looking at either graduation rates. And the A through G completion rate allows our students to qualify, should they wish, to apply for a UC or CSU university. And our CUSD graduation requirements, if a child were to have a regular CUSD graduation, they would not qualify for UC CSU pathway. And so we really want to take a look at both and increase, but particularly take a focus on increasing more students, particularly our students who are not performing as great of the subgroups that I shared. We want to see an increase in A through G completion rate by all subgroups, but particular subgroups that were mentioned earlier. And this is the last slide. So here are some of our next steps. Do want to say that again, this is as we move forward, as we obtain more data, we're not going to take away data, we're going to add data and bring that to you. Key performance indicators may not change too much, but we do want to wait for the strategic plan because that might shift our data, our KPIs just a slight bit. We want to continue to engage in the cycles of inquiry, our plan, do, study, act cycles, particular not only as a district, but we want to roll that into the sites and have our site teams engage in cycles of inquiry and data talks. We also want to continue, as I mentioned, to provide site teams support on how to use research-based learning strategies for our English learners. And again, mentioned earlier, our site visits will really focus on the performance of our English learner students. And do you have any questions for me?
Start to say thank you. This is a big effort, and I know a lot of it you've presented in some of it, a lot of it you've presented in some way, shape, or form before, but a lot of it is new, and I think important and kind of fills in some of the holes that we have kind of talked about organically over the years, and for sure throughout our strategic planning process too. I think it's just really important to be able to look at the continuum of like along the way what's happened to our students. And although it's not it's not truly longitudinal with cohorts, it does give us a sense of like, number one, where do we start to fall overall, and then number two, where do we start to gap? Where does that gap start to get bigger? And I think you had some really good examples, even with this draft data today. And you talked a bit about like the trends are similar, but when you look at it and you look at the data, the way you break it out, and you look third grade to fifth grade to eighth grade, what's happening? Like you can kind of see the trends and see where things are getting better or where they're not getting better. So, for example, when you're speaking about the math thing, and that you start to see what's called Hispanic students getting less bad at math, right? Like everyone's still not great. But it's like they start to kind of look, they're not as bad as they were in the early days. That says something like something is working for them, and maybe it's the language acquisition, like although we're still working on that, like it's helping them for sure get, I would think like that is helping there. And we looked at the numbers for your kindergarten readiness, the Bergantz data at first, and it's like you can see from the very start how different those low socioeconomic students are. It's not just like 5 points, it's like 40 points or something like that. So that says that early childhood education investment that we're making is super important because that's a big gap. So that's what I appreciate about this kind of like systematic, step by step, looking at the metrics that are most relevant, at that point in time. is really helpful. I appreciate that you brought in PE because we never looked at anything physical education ever before. I appreciate that you bring in algebra enrollment in 8th grade because that's where things do start to bifurcate, if you will, in terms of tracks. It'll be interesting as we go through our strategic planning process to see. I appreciate this is like very student outcome focused. So I think it'll be interesting to have conversations about, because I see it, to me, I see this as like our annual report card. That's kind of how we talked about, like, how are we doing overall? How are the kids doing overall? And I know we've had like HR key performance indicators. We basically have sustainability indicators on the website based on what the HEAL project is looking at. So it could be interesting, and I don't have a strong opinion about it because I like that this is small and tight. But as we develop our strategic plan, do we want to pull in anything from HR, from other sustainability things? It's interesting. I don't know. I just kind of, it'll be something we can talk about then. Yeah, and you had mentioned, I had the question about A to D completion, so we'll get more details on that. The UCCSU admission requirements, which is helpful. And again, as you said, that we can see differences in some doing not great and some doing really terrible. And I think that's important to note, as you said, because it doesn't mean that some groups are fine, right? It's like, no, we have some work to do for all our subgroups, and how you've said, I think, a couple times tonight, DC, about how when you're helping the kids that need it most, it's actually helping everybody. And I can say that because I hear it a lot from families too, where it seems like, oh, the student's doing great, and that's because the parents are helping them get through the challenge, right? So if you have a family right now that can help advocate for you, get you tutoring, work out this problem, like, that's great, you'll be fine. But if you don't, then I think that's a lot of what we see behind a lot of these numbers. So again, to reiterate what you said about like fixing the system and fixing those foundational things, like, will help everybody, because now a lot of our students are doing okay because they have extra support at home, and that's not really fair for anybody. So yeah, this is great, and a great first step. It's exciting to be here where we can look at this holistic view in a less like kludgy way than LCAP makes us do. But it's really meaningful, and so I'm grateful.
Thank you. Also, this is really a nice presentation of the key performance indicators and a way to look at it throughout the district. One of the things that, just to circle back, that Lizette had mentioned for our English language learners that perhaps miss some of our arts opportunities or some of the special things that go on, realizing that some of the arts and music, those are things that if you look at research studies in the LA area, those are things that actually help with the overall performance. My wonderment is how we could notice how that impacts our students. So maybe it is the A through G. Our kids that are in the lesser performing subgroups missing out on some of those A through G requirements that are arts that could be helping overall. It's a wonderment, not quite sure how to track it, measurement, you know.
Yeah, I can think of a couple of things that I'm already spinning in.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the
where
kids.
we can look at enrollment, like we're doing enrollment in art classes, or
Yeah.
and then by subgroup, right?
The kids used to, you know, like they would joke around about who had what. I mean, I don't know what system was at the high school, which athletic team had the best GPA, or, you know, it was like, because you could actually pull out by class and look at how they were doing. So like water polo was like, yeah, we're better than football. I mean, anyway, it was silly amongst themselves, but it was something that they could notice, and it's just something to think about.
Well, I just want to add to that my expectation is that this is a kind of a conversation starter for all our staff and at the sites as well, to say, like, I think the whole UCCSU, that's I would expect that there would be a lot of in-depth analysis at the high school level to figure out what's being missed, who's missing it, why are they missing it? And that's kind of their job. They need to figure that out and show us where, and speak to us when it's important. But they need to do that next level of detail analysis that isn't necessarily something we have on KPIs, but that's how they're going to solve their problem. And then they come back to us next year, and it's better because they figured out, oh, they're all missing math because there's this, I don't know, a prerequisite they didn't have, or I know they're not doing prerequisites anymore, but whatever the thing is, they say, oh, now we fixed it because we figured it out. And now overall, which is kind of where we fall in, we're in a better place. So I'm grateful that, the sites and you are working together with Israel as well to kind of perpetuate. It's exactly that cycles of inquiry that you described.
We actually have a grant to explore our gap analysis for UCAG completion. If we want a college-going culture in this district, which I believe most families do, which I believe the community does, if we have historically disproportionate levels of some students attending UCs and CSUs than others because they are ready, we need to attend to that so that every child has that choice. Because UC and CSU as a state system is going to be more affordable probably than private college. And we want to be able to have that as being a family and a student choice and not as a system choice. So this is a way to shed light. I want to thank Dr. Bhatia for, sociologists of science would call this a standardized data package. As you said, the CASP scores and the LCAP and everything we do is like this flood. It's like a fire hose. This actually gets it to be more focused, and I think it's a great first start. I think it's a great draft. I think it will take iterations, but we have baseline data by which to do what we need to do, and we have some targets, and I think that's great. So I think that's great.
I also want to say thank you. Just every time you dig deeper and you really do great work. Just trying to, with data, just trying to show where the need is needed and where the attention needs to go. And I think more importantly, now that we're going through this budget crisis again, and that some way or somehow we're going to have to, get more creative and do things in a smarter way. I think for that purpose alone, in my opinion, this data is now more than ever so important. And also to support, like what Kim was saying, where, you heard these programs, they did a lot of, they showed progress, but they also implemented art and music. So maybe, think outside the box and do more stuff like that. And of course, like, you can't dispute the data. If the data proves that this is what's going to work or what, I think that's why it's so important. So I'm glad that someone likes data. I'm not a data person. And so, yes, thank you. I also am interested in seeing the updates, even though I think that the data that you used and it's even though it's not from the CASP, but I think it's important, and I think it's important to have that data. But I would also, and I know you mentioned as they do the update, you would come and present to us, and just because I'm just interested to see I think that the data from the 22, 23 will really show what COVID did to our students. And so I think that would be just something interesting to see as we are trying to, be wiser in how we are spending our money to support students. And lastly, when a few years ago, I know, and you talk about site visits, I'd like to, especially with you, I'd like to go to, and if possible, to those site visits, because I did that with you in the beginning, and it's just, I really enjoyed it. It was, some moments were happy and others were sad, but where we're trying to find where they're doing ELD and couldn't find classrooms, but that's years ago, and now with your great work and the work with everybody like Israel and you know, and Dr. Jesus Contreras and, you know, Sean and everybody in the district, I know that there's, if I go again, it's just gonna be like a world of a difference, so I would like to go and just put myself out there. Maybe, you know, on a Friday during my sleep, no, I'm just kidding. No, but let me know, and maybe I could do something to make attend, because usually site visits are more in the day hours, and so I'll figure it out, but yes, thank you, and thank you for all your work.
And I was thinking too, as you were speaking, Lizette, about some more soft data that we can look at. Well, so first of all, I think this is quantitative data, and I think that's when we're talking about data, what we geek out over a little bit, because you can see trends and, you know, in aggregate populations. I think there's also qualitative data that I think is important, that's more informational but not numbers per se. And I think like even some of the presentations we had tonight, like it's all data. So I just want to say that. But also in terms of another aspect that we can think about how we want to get more insight into, and that brings in a little bit the whole child piece, is more like the mental, I don't know if it's mental health or social emotional well-being, or we do a lot of like school climate surveys, like Panorama or Healthy Kids Survey. Like I would just say maybe something to consider if we bring in something so we can see the trend in how do students feel welcome, or you know, how do they feel emotionally? Do they feel connected to their school? They have trusted adults. Like there are a lot of really good questions that we ask. It could be interesting to see as we evolve our strategic plan to include the whole child view. We added the PE, we added some other different interesting elements about enrollment, so it's not just test results, which are important also, but how do we incorporate that feeling, social emotional wellness part? I'll just kind of put out there for consideration for the future.
Well, I would suggest that the fact that Dr. Bhatia said, hey, for our or maybe it was you saying for sustainability, we have our key performance indicators because of our dashboard.
Mm-hmm.
Or we have key performance indicators for HR, for hiring, recruitment, retention, you know, et cetera, et cetera. We will have this, for the whole child, which was a board interest to have that fourth component of the whole child model or whole child approach or focus on the whole child. Maybe that's where we integrate the visual and performing arts and the California Healthy Kids Survey and some of the more qualitative empathy interviews, Panorama, et cetera, et cetera. But, you know, let's try to get this standardized data package kind of like working, and we'll add on and reframe it and bring it back maybe after the strategic plan to fold in our focus on equity and the bigger arching goals of the board.
I wanted to add just two quick last things. But yes, so the whole child piece will need to involve Martha Ladd, Bianca Forrester, James Barnes, who actually, they're the ones who administer and collect that data piece. But again, we're a great team, and we can work together and have like multiple people present like we did tonight for those data pieces. And I want to go back to Lisette, because that was the point that I wanted to share, because you asked, you want to see once the state updates the data. And yes, by ed code, I believe, and by board policy, CSBA, we have to present once the dashboard is complete. Once a year, we need to come and present to the governing board, to you, our performance in the California dashboard. So I'm estimating to come back in the winter, November, December, but we don't know because the state is not yet 100% published. Some items they have. So as soon as that gets published, and then our department will need time to analyze and compare and create the growth charts, we definitely will come back to present might not be the KPIs, but it'll be many of the KPIs, because we are using the dashboard as our main as our main data, I guess, data mine, you would say, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, and take your time, and I'm sure that whatever is not there, you always make it up with some other way of form. You're really an awesome lady, and you're very smart, so thank you.
All right, thank you so much, everybody. And that's just information, so we can move on to our next item. 5E, adoption of resolution 15, 2023, informing parents and other adults of their obligations regarding the secure storage of firearms in their homes.
So I'm not going to read this whole resolution, but I'm going to give you a synopsis of it, and I'm going to go down to the second to last whereas. Assembly Bill AB 452 from 2022 requires school districts to annually inform their community's parents and guardians at the beginning of the school term of their responsibilities for keeping firearms out of the hands of children as required by California law. That law means that this resolution was created. We picked it up from San Mateo County Office of Education. We cut and paste because we want to have the board aware of this. We will be informing families. I've talked to James Barnes, and I think it is in the parent orientation handbooks or in the enrollment materials. But let me tell you why. In 2020, according to CDC, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, firearms became the #1 cause of death for children and teens aged 1 to 19 in the United States, surpassing motor vehicle deaths and those caused by other injuries. And in 2021, 3,597 children died by gunfire. And the number of children and teens killed by gunfire in the United States increased 50% between 2019 and 2021. Everybody getting teary-eyed now? And although the number of school shootings has risen, according to the New York Times, school shootings account for less than 1% of the total gun deaths suffered by American children. This is a social problem happening in homes. And according to the Washington Post, there were 46 school shootings in the United States in 2022. But again, that represents like a fraction of gun deaths of children. In 2021, 2/3 of gun deaths involving children were homicides, and nearly 30% were suicides. And whereas every day 8 children and or teens are shot in instances of family fire, a shooting involving an improperly stored or misused gun found in the home resulting in injury or death. So the big takeaway, and an estimated 4.6 million American children live in households with at least one loaded, unlocked firearm. So the big takeaway is the state is saying the school district, we have another responsibility to educate our families about locking up firearms. People are going to have choices of firearms. This is an enshrined right because of the Second Amendment in the United States. I'm not here to debate that. That's a lot of people will debate that. But what we are basically saying is 87% of American youth know where their parents' guns are kept, and 60% report they have handled them. So, evidence strongly suggests secure firearm storage, including keeping guns locked up when not in use and stored separately from ammunition, is an essential component to any effective strategy to help schools and keep schools and state students safe. And so what we are trying to say is that boards of education have an important role to play. We want to provide this resolution, that you can support this resolution, and then when we start communicating onwards going forward to the community every year, as now by law we will be required to do, we can say, here's a resolution, the board has resolved as of this date, August, whatever today is, 2023, and people can ask me, why are you doing this stuff about guns? And we'll say, because the board tells us so. This is an action item. I think you all understand the import. It certainly has impacted this community, gunfire. It has impacted every community. And so we do have a legal right. We would recommend that you pass this resolution regarding secure storage of firearms.
So moved. Second.
Questions or comments?
This item requires roll call vote. President Lane.
Aye.
Vice President Hines. Clerk Daniels.
Aye.
Member Cortez. Member Alexander is absent. This item passes 4-0.
Thank you very much. And now I will bring us back with the last item, if I may, President Lane. This is the approval of the emergency administrative credential waiver. I get all the easy items. HR department, Bianca Forrester, has put this together. Jennifer Schwen has taken another job in another district. We were very grateful to have her service for a year, and she's moved on. But David Jones served last year as a student success coordinator and a math teacher and a leadership teacher at Half Moon Bay High School for years, a very charismatic leader, and really has helped that team. And he's been pursuing his administrative service credential during the last school year and wants this job as assistant principal. And he will finalize his eligibility and the program in February of 2024. He currently meets all our district requirements for the assistant principal position, with the exception of an admin service credential, which he will soon attain. And so the district will submit an application for a variable term waiver, which will allow him to act this year as an assistant principal as he completes his administrative services credential coursework. And this is a great need. They want him there. He's sort of been training for this. And so our recommendation is that you approve staff, that's us, to submit an emergency administrative credential variable waiver to the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing on behalf of Mr. Jones so that he could take the appointment and take the position that the high school administrators want him to serve as an assistant principal. And we would recommend that you approve our ability to apply for that emergency administrative credential waiver.
Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Second. Any questions or comments?
No, I totally support it if we're, you know, especially someone who's preparing and they're you know, they're getting their education, and if everybody feels that, you know, he's, you know, ready for the job, then yes. I think it's important to support our teachers and whatever they're, you know, in their professional paths, whatever it is.
I just want to echo what you're saying, Ms. Cortez, which is interesting because, of course, Aaron O'Connor Brown, teacher at Cunha, oh my gosh, now a year and a half ago. Very successful principal in El Granada this last year. Andy Boysen, Deanna Tower, David Jones, all teachers at Amy McVicker, thank you. At Cunha, then at Hatch as an assistant principal, yes. We've had a lot of leadership of our schools. Debbie Silvera is a teacher leader at Kings Mountain. Martha Ladd, who was a teacher and then a principal at El Granada before she then came to the district office. So I do think this is, as you say, we're pulling people up through the ranks, tapping people who are leaders that are, and encouraging them. Personally, I encourage David, knowing how much he meant to the students that he taught there, and he did a great job last year, and I think this is the next step for him, and he's very excited about it. The team's very excited about it. I think the kids will probably be really excited about it.
We didn't include Jesus in the roll call, a former educator, now a doctor.
Yeah, well, yes, and Dr. Bhatia, former educator, and even me at one time in the classroom, and yeah, I mean,
No,
basically that's where, you know, that's kind of the pathway.
yes. I think in any way that we could support our teachers, as long as we're not, you know, in budget crisis, I think, you know, let's do it. Thank you.
I do believe there is no impact on the budget per se on this, because I believe the credentialing program, I think, is partly done through a grant through the SIM. And so it's money reserved for this kind of development.
Congratulations to Mr. Jones.
I would say hear, hear. And congratulations to the high school and Andy and Deanna, who I think are chomping at the bit. I have to say, just in general, as of yesterday, 24 hours ago, Jose Campos is a bilingual assistant principal who lives 6 blocks away from the school. going to help Dr. Ashley Waggle, our new principal at Hatch. I think we're in a very good place right now with our administrative teams. I forgot to mention Jeff Clinton. Jeff Clinton is principal of Cunha. James Barnes was a teacher, became principal, assistant principal at the high school, and I mean, on and on it goes. So, you know, I think we've got a really good team. Oh, absolutely, with Ms. Zagor. Rosie Acosta. The list goes on. There's a lot of love in the room. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Yeah, we did, and we had our questions and comments. I just agree with everything you guys just said. So we can go to vote unless anyone has anything else.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Item passes.
All right, so that brings us to the end of our agenda. Item 6, future events, August 17th. Wow, first day of school next week. Did you guys know? With September 4th, Labor Day holiday, all the sites are closed. September 14th, regular board meeting, Cunha Intermediate School, multi-purpose room, 6 o'clock, just like today. Motion to adjourn? Do we have a second?
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Passes 4-0.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you.